Hello, MLB The Show fans. Hello, MLB The Show fans. We are hours away from MLB The Show 23 Early Access. Woo! Where you'll be able to play. Roll the first slide, Colin.
We've already learned so much.
So much content, so many different versions of the game to pre-order. Remember, you can still pre-order MLB The Show 23, and if you pre-order the Captain or Digital Deluxe Edition, you'll get early access, and you'll be able to play later on tonight.
That's right.
We've told you about new legends, gameplay updates, face scan, and the companion app. Go download the companion app in the iOS and Apple stores, where you can track your marketplace orders, program progress, and so much more. Franchise March to October and commentary updates. And we are introducing you to the Negro Leagues in a new experience we call Storylines. And if you haven't already, you can still go pre-order the game. So, it's a lot of us sitting down here, huh? The live team joins us for the final feature premiere. Who's all here, Ashley?
Well, Ramon, we have a whole bunch of people. We have Dylan behind me, Brendan to his left. Let's get a round of applause going. To your left, Ramon, we have members of the design team, Kyle and Ian. Welcome on in. And then at the desk right here, we have Lane, we have Rory. At the opposite end of me, we have Steven, otherwise known as Tips.
And Ashley Sanders, everyone. Ashley Sanders.
Ashley, our first cycle.
First cycle.
And Colin, when will the companion app be updated to MLB The Show 23? Sometime today. We'll say tomorrow. Or tomorrow, to be safe. All right, there's a lot to cover. I guess we should get right into it.
Yeah, Colin, let's take a look at what we're going to talk about today. But Diamond Dynasty launch content. These are the chefs. They've been cooking. We got Team Affinity, and say it with me, everyone. What does Team Affinity mean? Theme teams. Absolutely. We're going to go through captains, legends, XP. You know, everyone knows you can earn XP playing anywhere in the game, but things are changing with what it's going to give you this year. Collections, and of course, we're going to talk about so much more when it comes to storylines at the end as well. Ramon's got some more surprises for y'all. So let's jump into it. Ashley, the fans have a lot of questions. They've seen the new legends like Mark McGwire,
yes,
Sammy Sosa, the captain, Derek Jeter, and everyone's going to wonder, how do we get them? So where do you want to start? Where do you want to start, everyone?
I think the best way to start is just going over where all this content is living. You know, it's in Diamond Dynasty. That's where we live with all the launch content, the live content. So why don't we just explain for our new fans watching? We see you in chat. We see that Derek Jeter hype. Everyone, what is Diamond Dynasty for our fans watching?
Yeah, Diamond Dynasty, it's where you can create your own fantasy baseball team. You know, you start out with a starter squad. It might not be good, but you're going to play content, you're going to earn rewards, and you're going to earn players from today. You're going to earn players from the past, maybe even over 100 years ago. And we also predict the future here at MLB The Show. So you're going to see players who aren't even in the majors yet, but we know they're going to be great. And so you can use whatever team builds you want. That's the theme of this stream. We're talking about theme builds and playing how you want to play and earn rewards throughout Diamond Dynasty.
Love to hear all about the theme teams. Now, Rory, you mentioned some flashbacks, some legends. Can we just let the fans know at home, what do those mean once more?
Oh, yeah. So a flashback is a player who's currently in the major leagues, a current day player. A legend, that's for any player who has retired, you know, been out of the league probably a few years. Derek Jeter is a legend, for example, a current day player. I guess a flashback would be like Nick Castellanos. So yeah, that's my definition
of all the players, Rory.
I love it. And then so fans at home, they can earn all of these different players as cards in the game, Rory?
Yes, that's correct. And get this, everybody. Yeah. On launch, there are over 300 legend and flashback player items that can be earned throughout Diamond Dynasty.
Wow,
300.
that is incredible.
More than we've ever had by a few, by at least a couple.
That sounds amazing. So speaking of all of these cards, we heard it earlier in the Diamond Dynasty feature premiere that there's a new thing coming to Diamond Dynasty called Sets and Seasons, where all of these cards are going to live. So Lane, what about Sets and Seasons do we need to know?
Yeah, let's talk about Sets and Seasons, Colin. Let's get the graphic on screen. There we go. I'm going to be directing to Kyle here for a couple of these questions to answer. So Kyle, walk me through, what are Sets and Seasons?
Yeah, Sets and Seasons, it's really going to be keeping Diamond Dynasty fresh and all these cards rotating throughout the year. So you can see.
Turn it on. All right, we're just going to check Kyle's mic real
Hello?
quick.
Can y'all hear us?
I'll use your mic. There you go. Okay, Sets and Seasons. Doing it live. It's keeping cards super fresh and cycling in and out throughout the year. And so, as you can see on the screen, which is now gone, Season 1, it'll run, I believe, 7 weeks. So seasons run anywhere from 6, 7, 8 weeks. And within those seasons, different cards are eligible. And so, in Season 1, any flashback or legend, like Rory was just talking about, any of those cards, they will have a set attached to them, whether it's Set 1 or Core. And then, come around to Season 2, any flashbacks or legends will be labeled Set 2. And then within Season 2 or Season 1, whatever you're seeing here on the screen, those are the cards you're going to be using in modes throughout Diamond Dynasty. And so the key thing to notice here in Set 3, those Set 1 cards you earned in Season 1 drop off. And so then you'll have to be building squads with Set 2, Set 3, and Core cards.
That's really cool. I'm seeing core throughout all of this right here, Kyle. Can you explain to me what core cards are?
As an astute observation, Lane. Yeah, so core cards, they are always going to be eligible no matter the season. These include some really good cards in the game, like all Live Series cards, and a bunch of other ones that you'll discover, like Live Series collection cards. We'll find some here today.
Really cool. Yeah, that's awesome. Let's talk about some of the modes that this is going to be impacting. We have one more. There we go. So, Kyle, talk me through some of these modes here and which modes will be affected by sets and seasons.
Yeah, so the big one here is ranked. Rank's always gonna you're always gonna have these season requirements to build your squad around, but throughout the rest of the Diamond Dynasty, there's of course a bunch of other modes. So like events, it really depends on the event. Conquest again depends on the map. The more time-limited conquest maps or other things we'll ask you to be building with the current season squad. Other ones might not have any requirements at all. It'll be great. Same thing with mini seasons. And then in Play vs. Friends, Play vs. CPU, Casual Head-to-Head, and BR, they don't involve or they don't interact with the system at all.
Cool. I just want to go back a sec here and see a lot of stuff in chat. People are worried. Set 1 cards, when are they going to be going out of eligibility, and how long is Season 1, Season 2going to last? When is this going to mean anything?
It's a great question. So it's not going to be for Set 1. It's not going to be until Season 3, which is currently tentatively scheduled for 15 weeks from now.
Okay,
because
so we got some time.
Yeah, we got some time. The first season, 7 weeks. The second season, 8 weeks. So after that, do some math, 15 weeks. It's a while.
There we go.
Well, what's that, July, June? I don't know. It's a minute.
So Kyle and Lane, Rory was saying earlier there are 300 flashback and legend cards at launch. Are you saying that no matter the time period right now, everyone can play with all of those cards in whatever mode they want to?
Exactly.
Let's go. That sounds absolutely exciting, but I think there's still one more exciting feature with sets and seasons, Kyle, and that is 99s on day 1.
Yeah, this really the whole purpose behind this feature is to unlock everyone who's sitting here to make the content we think is the best and to get the best cards in everybody's hands. And so when a player deserves a 99, he's going to be getting that 99 because we have a lot more flexibility through the system now. We're not worried about, we have to lower this monthly awards Lightning player because it's too early in the year to give him a really good card. Now, if somebody goes off, you're going to see that really good card in game. It's really exciting.
Parallels in MLB The Show 23.
Of course. It's the best feature. Can't get rid of that.
Parallels are still in, and we're going to see so many of these diamonds and 99s like Kyle talked about. So where should we start?
Well, how many 99s do we have at launch, Rory?
So for the first time ever, you're going to see more than 20 99 overall cards on launch.
Let's go!
And that's not all. We will be adding more 99s throughout, like it's regular. It is going to be common to see 99s throughout Diamond Dynasty. It's going to be those 95 to 99 overall cards running the show.
Can I ask you something, Rory?
Kyle, I would love it if you asked me something.
Are those 99s going to be really easy to get?
Well, they're not going to be super easy, but many of them, most of them, pretty much all of them, you can get grinding, playing the game, spending the time. If you have the time to play, you can earn those 99s. If you have the skill, you can go into ranked, you could go into BR, you can earn those rewards. And if you have,
the chat's got it right.
anything.
Yeah.
What's it saying,
We
Ramon?
call it the grind 99.
The grind
Let's
99.
go.
Chat's got it.
The goal here is not to just take away the grind. That's what we're getting at, is that we're just really trying to make the grind worth it. We're not just going to be giving you a bunch of 99s left and right, but we are going to ensure that what you're working towards and what you're grinding for is worth it.
That's right.
That sounds incredible. The community we're seeing is loving it, and there's a special mode returning, if you will. So, Lane, where can the community expect some of their first 99s tonight at launch?
Yes, one of the favorite places to earn XP in the past is coming back to Diamond Dynasty. We should probably go check out the dev kit right now,
Here
but
we go.
the XP reward path is back, and it is better than ever.
Let's go!
Dev Kit View.
Can we go to the dev kit, Colin? We're going to go to the dev kit. 1 sec.
There it is.
There we go.
There we go.
Nice.
So this edition of the XP Reward Path, like I said, is jam-packed with rewards. It will be the main course for most people in Diamond Dynasty. The main objective in this path, get XP. So you can play anywhere in Diamond Dynasty to earn XP, and it will all be filtering into this program, and you'll be earning some amazing rewards along the way.
Say that again. What do you need to do to earn these rewards?
Play anywhere. Play the game how you want to play it. If you want to play online, offline, wherever you want to play the game, play the game, earn XP, and get amazing rewards.
Do I just have to play Diamond Dynasty, or could I play Franchise, March to October, Road to the like any other modes to earn XP?
Play MLB The Show anywhere you want. If you want to go play Home Run Derby and earn XP, go do that. Whatever you want to do, you'll be getting XP, and it will all be going into this program here.
And
That's
right
beautiful.
away, in this reward path, I see a wonderful King Saladin uniform.
Yes, the community voted on this uniform, and it is the very first reward you're going to get in Diamond Dynasty other than your pre-order packs. But there it is, 5,000 XP, play through the tutorial, a little bit more XP after the tutorial, and you have one of the coolest uniforms that Mr. King Saladin himself did for us, which is really, really cool.
And y'all voted on it.
Yeah.
Love to see it. But Lane, the King Saladin uniform isn't everything in this reward path. We're just building on top of it. Should we go through the rewards for the people?
Yes, let's check out this reward path here. Season 1 XP reward path. Just an important note before we start jumping in. Each Season 1 XP reward path will last 7 to 8 weeks. So at the beginning of each new season, we will have a new XP reward path. So let's jump in now. What do you want to look at first, Ray? You want to look at some of these henchmen? You want to look at a boss?
I think the people really need to get a little bit hyped up and
Okay,
see
build
the
what
hype.
fire
Yeah,
we
for
got
sure.
coming.
Let's build the hype.
Let's just go.
Ooh.
Should I
Okay.
should I just do it? The
Not
first
building the
boss
hype.
pack?
Let's
We're
just get into
we're
the
going
boss
pack.
straight
Let's
to
do
it. Let's
Okay.
just do this.
Yeah.
All right, we're doing it.
We're doing it. There it is.
Hey.
Hey. Oh,
So each XP reward path will have a set of maybe 5 bosses, maybe more, maybe less in the future. But the first one has 5 bosses, all 99s, as you can see here, all incredible cards. You're going to be earning 3 of 5 of these cards, and you might be able to earn more throughout the XP path in the future. And at the end, we'll get there. But let's check these out.
99 rated overall
How do you
cards.
earn them? Yeah.
Earn XP anywhere in the game and get through this reward path, and you can earn this boss pack
Sounds
here.
like another grind 99.
That's
Grind.
So,
99.
chat, I hope you're ready because we're about to show these attributes off, right, Lane?
Of
You
course.
want me to show them?
Why
We're
else
just
are we here?
started off, yeah?
Yeah, Munataka.
Ooh.
There he is, Mr. WBC with the walk-off and then the home run against the U.S.
115 off the bat. In last season, he hit over 50 home runs, more than Aaron Judge hit.
Oh.
No, not more than
Not
Aaron
more.
Judge.
Not more.
No, math is bad, man. Math is tough. Like, yeah,
But still a
few,
lot of home
but a
runs.
lot more than 50. Next up, we have Bob Gibson Charisma Series. Shout out to the art team. This is our Charisma Series, and there is Bob Gibson, 125 stamina. Lane, there's some special stuff about this card. You want to tell them about it?
There's some special stuff not only about this card, but about every legend card in the game, actually. So for the first time in MLB The Show history, legends will now be having quirks on their card other than outliers.
Oh,
That's new.
Legend.
That's
Legends
new.
Roy,
have
tell me,
quirks.
what are quirks?
Quirks. So they are basically extra skill boosts that are applied to players that pop on in specific situations. So Road Warrior, when a player is playing on the road, he will have a boost to his attributes. Not a huge boost, but there is a small boost to make him perform better. Same thing with Day Player, plays in the daytime. And of course, Outlier, it's one of our favorites. The community loves it. It allows us to break
You sure about
the
that?
mile per hour cap on
Ramon's dead.
pitches.
But Rory, what's this new one? Break Outlier?
Break Outlier. I'm glad you called that out, Ashley. That's for pitchers who are able to be more effective later in the game. So once they've gone through the lineup 3, maybe 4 times, their pitch counts up to 110 pitches. Their pitches will still have sharp break compared to someone who doesn't have this. Because as your stamina runs out, pitches get a little flat, the break isn't there. But with this quirk, they'll be able to last longer in the game.
So you're telling me a guy with 125 stamina and break outlier is going to be able to go pretty deep into some games?
I would hope he could probably throw about 120 pitches, no problem, Lane.
That's
All
exciting to
right.
see.
That is very exciting.
And that's not all, folks. We've got more players in this pack.
We have 300 players, so we got a lot of players to look at today.
We didn't really talk. We might be going past the dev tourney, which was 6 hours long. So hope the chat's ready.
Devin Williams, 125
Airbender.
hit per 9, K per 9. Screwball. We've gone, because there's no other way to name the pitch. The Airbender, it is a screwball. It is absolutely nasty. Next up, we've got Ricky Henderson. Lane, tell me about Ricky.
Mr. Charisma himself. What a cool action shot. What a cool series. Actually, I'm gonna shoot this over back in the galley here to Mr. Brendan. Brendan, tell me about Charisma series. What is the series? What's the purpose of it? Where did it come from?
Yeah, so the Charisma series, it's just sort of, showing off each individual's charisma, swagger. It's going to use some unique imagery as well. So like right here, it's in batting practice here with Ricky Henderson. You'll see some more pretty cool and unique imagery later on as well when we go over some more charisma cards.
Beautiful. Let's check out these quirks here on Mr. Ricky before we go to the last player. Look
He's
at all these
got
quirks.
a lot of them,
Lots.
Lane,
Wow,
huh?
lots of quirks.
I got a scroll. He's got so many.
Yeah, and don't forget Ricky Henderson, known for stealing. Look at the speed on this cat. 99, 99, 99.
Yeah, something that you'll notice with all legends, especially the ones who we hold high in our minds, you're going to see a lot of quirks on these players. So it's going to be a common theme with all of these great legends that we have. And last, certainly not least, Lane.
Yes, I'm throwing this to Ashley. Ashley, tell me about Mr. Frankie.
Oh, Mr. Frankie, gonna start off our switch hitting theme team, if you will. The contact is there, but don't forget about the defense. No matter where you play him on the left side, middle of the infield, he's gonna do some damage defensively and offensively, Lane.
One of the best swings in the game, too. Can't be overlooked.
Cannot.
Starting out the switch hitting team, is that kind of a hint at what might be to come?
You know, I don't want to spoil it, but we do have a great switch hitting Francisco Lindor. Maybe he'll have some others that might join him later.
And I want everyone to see, this is our first World Baseball Classic player where we see a team associated with him, right? Mets. So when we get into theme teams, Francisco Lindor, although played for Team Puerto Rico, will be on the Mets, all right?
That's correct, Stephen. And if we look back at Murakami, not on a major league team at the moment, he is under free agent. So you'll see that difference with players who are on major league teams or in the major league organization. They will be under that specific team, so they can be a part of your theme teams.
And we probably saw with Devin Williams, didn't we?
We did,
Okay,
yeah.
there you go.
Devin too.
Absolutely. Yeah. And I do want to say, while we're still on this screen, these are two new launch series with the World Baseball Classic as well as the Charisma series. Two of maybe more, Rory Lane, everyone.
Maybe more.
This might just be the start.
We could have a couple, maybe a few even.
Absolutely. Everyone saw these on socials. They are here, and you can get them in the XP Reward Path. Lane, shall we continue going down the XP Reward Path?
Yes, we're going to go the other way. So this is the boss pack. This is the best reward in the XP reward path, but we have other great rewards. We have a charisma pack here. Let's check out the charisma pack.
Ooh.
So we've got 7 legends. I will call Mad Bum a legend. Postseason legend.
Postseason legend.
Season legend.
Brendan would agree with me. 7 players. You're going to be earning this pack 4 times, and maybe more. We'll keep throwing those hints in there, but earn it 4 times, 1 time through the path. Let's check out these attributes.
Let's check these attributes out. Chat, get the clips ready. Curtis Granderson,
The Grandy
first one
man.
starting us off. Lane, tell me about him.
He's just got the charisma. Of course we got to get him at 97. The Grandy man.
Had to. Does it all. Lee Smith. Ashley, tell me about Lee Smith.
Lee Smith, he just throws gas with that 99-mile-per-hour four-seamer. You got the little bit of a cutter action, as well as, do I see almost maxed out walk per 9? Lee Smith is going to be lethal in the strike zone, Rory.
That's true. He's not going to miss anything if you throw perfects with pinpoint. Lane, do you throw perfects with pinpoint?
Yeah, except for the
Wow.
dev tourney. Except for the dev tourney.
Where's the belt?
Yeah, where's the belt?
This is where Kyle shows the belt.
It got a little heavy. You don't need to hold it.
No, you can hold it.
Sorry, Lane. But tell us about your boy Troy Gloss.
There we go. Troy Gloss, Angels legend, led the Angels to the World Series in 2002. This is the first card that I'm after in the game for sure, without a doubt. My Angels theme team is looking very, very good to start the game, and this is just a corner piece, if you will, at third base for the Angels.
Oh, yeah. Hey, Dylan, I'm putting you on the spot. Johnny Bench. You love your catchers, right?
What can I say? Love the catchers. Love Johnny Bench, probably one of the best that ever was. And he was born in Oklahoma.
Shout out Oklahoma.
Shout out.
Truth.
Brendan, of course, we're coming to you.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you guys mentioned it. Postseason legend. best playoff pitcher of all time. I got .26 World Series ERA. Good luck ever touching that number.
I won't.
Craig Biggio, Kyle, I'm coming over to you.
Hopefully it's on. Craig Biggio, I don't know where he's born, but I know he can play second base and catcher, which is some of the most premium positions in the game. And with contact left and contact right over 99 for both of them, can't really go wrong.
Yeah, and that catcher secondary, I think we may need to keep that in mind later on in the stream. Just remember that, folks.
It might be important.
We got switch hitters, catchers, keeping a list.
Last, certainly not least, Eric Davis, Baltimore Orioles Eric Davis. We've seen him in Reds most often with the high 90s Cards. This time, Orioles, and I mean, what can't he do? He can run well, he can hit well, he can field pretty well too.
Oh, yeah.
Eric Davis, last one in our Charisma Pack lane.
Yes, last one in the Charisma Pack. Let's check out this next WBC pack. So we have 7 players there, earned that pack 4 times. Now we have a World Baseball Classic. What overall are these players? There they are, 97
97s.
overall. Very good names representing several different countries here. There's Jung-Hoo Lee, Tim Anderson, Teoscar Hernandez, Freddie Freeman, Ashley's favorite Yohan Moncada, Robinson Cano, Johnny Cueto. I think we should all go around and say who we're going to pick first. I'll start out, and I'm going with Mr. Robinson Cano from the DR. Of course, Mr. Robbie Cano.
Don't you know?
Don't you know?
Yes. Who are you going with, Rory?
Yeah, one of my favorite things is that we have access to some of these former MLB players just like Robinson Cano. I'm going to have to go with Teoscar Hernandez, now a member of the Seattle Mariners control room. Colin, shout out to you. Absolutely beautiful butter swing, destroys left-handed pitching, and 83 speed. And I've also seen him make quite a few plays out there in the outfield.
Very strong arm. 91.
Ashley,
strong arm.
who are
Yes.
you taking?
You know, I have to start with my White Sox theme team right away, so it's going to be a little difficult choosing between Yohan Moncada and Tim Anderson. Lane, do you know if there's going to be more than just one of this pack in the XP Reward Path?
Yes, you just like the Charisma Pack, you can earn this pack 4 times in the Season 1 XP Reward Path.
That sounds incredible, so you know I got to go Yo-Yo and Tim for my first 2 packs. Ooh, switch hitter, Yohan Moncada.
Another switch hitter. That team's getting pretty good.
It's getting pretty good.
I know Ian's got a favorite here, too. Ian.
Oh, I totally have a favorite. I'm 100% taking Lee Jung-Hoo. This is the first year in Diamond Dynasty that we have foreign league players available to play. So Lee Jung-Hoo, reigning KBO MVP. We've got some NPB players from Japan as well. But look at those stats. Great contact, 5-tool player. Buttery left-handed swing. I've used him. He's awesome. Definitely going Lee Jung-Hoo.
Love that.
Hell yeah. And then your second pick, Ashley, Tim Anderson. I didn't get to show off his attributes
It's all
yet.
good. It's all good. Tim Anderson, whoo, that contact against lefties is going to be hard, keeping him off the bases when the lefty is being thrown out against me in Diamond Dynasty.
Second base primary, is that right?
Yeah, that is. For those of us who don't know, Tim Anderson actually played second base in the World Baseball Classic the first time in his whole entire professional baseball career, and it is reflected as so in his card. But don't worry, he still has shortstop and third base as secondaries, Rory.
Excellent. And last up, Kyle, I know you're going to take Freddie Freeman, right?
You know, for the stream, I'll take Freddie.
Do it for the stream.
Yeah. To be honest, I think I might go Tim Anderson. Don't call me a bad Twins fan, but
He's got clutch, though.
yeah. And have you seen his No Doubt animations?
It's nice.
Some of the best.
You heard it here first, folks. Kyle is converting from a Twins fan to a White Sox fan.
Whoa. Let's dial it down.
And the last player in the pack to show off, Ashley, Johnny Cueto.
You know, Johnny Cueto, You might look at his velo and be like, that's pretty decent. Oh, let me tell you, Johnny just throws with the utmost finesse, and it is represented here in his 5-pitch mix. I played a few games against him. Lane was using Cueto as his starter, and let's just say I took a couple L's during those games, but it's going to be one major win when I take him out of this pack, because with the sinker, the cutter, the slider, no matter what you're throwing, your opponent is going to be held on their heels, and I most certainly was. But, we take that as a learning opportunity, and I have learned that you don't pitch or you don't hit against Cueto, you pitch with Cueto.
There you go. Can't beat him, join him.
Exactly.
So, Lane, repeat for me again. How many times can I earn this pack and the Charisma pack?
Yeah, so play anywhere in the game, like we've said. Earn XP anywhere you want, and earn the Charisma pack 4 times. 7 players in there, so you're going to have to make some tough choices. Same thing with the WBC pack. 7 players, earn the pack 4 times, and some very tough choices in that pack. And then that boss pack that we checked out at the beginning, 5 players in there, earn that pack 3 times.
So you're saying I can earn 897 overalls, 399 overalls just in this reward path alone. Can I earn other players?
You can earn other players. Let's go on to the left here.
This is just season 1.
This is just season 1. Let's check out a Captain's Season 1 choice pack.
Captain's pack.
Ooh, interesting.
Ooh.
Let's check these out. So we have some All-Star captains and some Veteran Series captains. Let's throw this to Ian for a second. Let's talk a little bit about these captains here in this reward path.
Yeah, so these guys are going to be some of the first captains that you get in Diamond Dynasty, kind of start you building your theme team journey. Both a pitching captain and a hitting captain, because you can equip both a hitting captain and a pitching captain. You have 2 on your team. So the All-Star captains, the Hub All-Star cards, and we have cards throughout Diamond Dynasty, especially in this XP reward path, to help you build that All-Star theme team. Same with the veteran captain as well. Yeah, and here we have the first look at Garrett Cole's captain abilities. So you can see if you have 2 pitchers with the All-Star Series tag, and Garrett Cole does count as an All-Star Series card for these requirements. So it'd be Garrett Cole plus one other All-Star Series card. Then he'd give Cole and the guy he's boosting plus 5 hits per 9, plus 5 pitch and clutch, but a minus 5 walks per 9 reduction. But if you go up to that tier 3 boost, get all the way up there, that reduction goes away. So if you have 5 All-Star Series pitchers other than Cole, plus get Garrett Cole to parallel level 1, you get a pretty big boost. 15 hits per 9, 15 clutch, 10 Ks per 9. Pretty powerful.
Wait, Ian, did you say captains also boost themselves?
Captains also boost themselves. So even though Garrett Cole's in the captain series, he'll always boost himself. Every captain boosts themselves.
Wow.
So that 92 you're seeing on screen that's gonna turn into a 95, 96,
exactly.
97.
Yeah, if you get up to tier 3 Garrett Cole, then that 92 is really going to play like a 96 probably.
And very usable. So the 92s are very usable, even though he might be a 92, and you're seeing all these 99s, 97s. So don't sleep on them.
So your theme teams are going to get better, is essentially what we're saying, right? You can use those teams online head-to-head against a person with maybe a full normal God squad?
I would.
You would?
I would.
Okay.
Yeah,
We're gonna keep making that argument as the stream goes along for sure. We got so many of these captains, including Bryce Harper.
I mean, did anybody have a more dominant performance in the postseason last year? Maybe not. I mean, he had the home run of a lifetime that all of us dreamed about when we were kids. You look at just the boost that he provides, and when you get to tier 3, like Ian, these boosts are significant, right?
They're significant, but they're actually not even the most significant boosts we're going to see today. They'll go higher. Trust me.
Higher.
But look at that. Considering that Bryce Harper's already pretty good against righties, plus 100 plus power and contact already, you get that tier 3 boost. I think he gets maxed out power versus right.
Ooh, so you're going to want that. Whew. And then, of course, Elvis Andrews. Ashley, you remember Elvis.
I do. The spark with the White Sox. He's back again this year. The vision is superb. The defense, he's going to be great at shortstop. And just an all-around a great card. Veteran series. So I wonder if we'll maybe see some other veteran cards to round out Elvis Andrews' theme team of veterans.
And lastly, certainly not leastly, Ryan Presley finishing off the veteran series captain. The fun thing about these is these players, they are all-stars, like Harper, Garrett Cole, both perennial all-stars. And then last year we saw great veteran performances from both Elvis Andrews and Ryan Presley, kind of why they were picked for this pack,
I see what
right?
you did there, Rory.
I see what you did there. And the chat agrees. A lot of Elvis fans in the chat. Let's go.
Okay, we love Elvis on SDS.
I'm going to do a quick time check. We're only 30 minutes into this dev stream. I've got like 20 more things on the list here we got to cover. This is incredible. The amount of content, the amount of choices that our fans are going to have to make. Early access begins tonight. Tonight.
What time tonight?
9 p.m. Pacific,
Ooh.
midnight Eastern on the 24th.
Right on,
Let's
Lane.
go.
I
Right around the
heard
corner.
there was another pack in here with players in it. Am I crazy?
There is. And Ashley just kind of alluded to it. She said, I hope we're going to see some more of these series in the game. So let's check out this next pack, and we might.
Ooh.
There you go. So we have 2 gold veteran cards to start. We got 2 gold all-stars, followed by 2 diamond veterans and 2 diamond all-star series cards. So those theme teams are getting built up for you right away in the XP reward path.
Yeah, they are. And I can see my theme teams coming together real quick here. I've got my first pick, no doubt about it. But these are some great cards, and they're going to be used. You get them, this pack. You pick 2 of the 8, and then right after you'll get a captain. Is that right? Or
That is correct. That is absolutely correct. Yes.
Excellent. So you will be able to have the beginning of a theme team going just right off the bat in the XP reward path lane.
Yes, that is absolutely correct. And I see one more thing about these cards here. So all of these cards are core. Tell me about that, Rory. Tell me about why that matters a little bit.
Yeah, that's right. So what you'll notice is that cards that are 89 overall and below, they are kind of your team building pieces. You're going to need them for all of these captain team builds that you want to use head-to-head online. And these players are going to be essential for those teams all year. So we don't want to limit these team builds at all. We want you to be able to keep using Nick Castellanos all year long on your Reds theme team, on your all-star theme team. We, everybody here loves him. So that is really what it's all about. You're going to have these players, 89 overall and below, eligible all year because they will be core series.
That's amazing. The teams live strong throughout the year. You're never losing Nick Castellanos, and we are never losing him on Rory's team.
No, we are not. But Lane, okay, so we've seen a ton of packs here. What else do we need to show off on this reward path?
Well, Ashley, do you want to tee this up?
You know, let's go toward the very end. I have Brendan and Dylan behind me. They got their grind 99 on. They finished up the reward path. Is that the end of it, though? Oh.
Oh.
What is this?
What is this?
I think we saw this earlier, right?
We did.
We did, but this is one of the most exciting new features in Diamond Dynasty, the unlimited reward wheel. Should we, should we do that thing where we
spin that wheel?
So what we're gonna do? We're gonna load up this account
That
with
was
XP.
painful.
Here we go. Ready?
Painful.
We've loaded it up. It just filled up. And what are we looking at, Rory?
So what we're looking at is a random wheel. It's going to just bounce around all of these spots, and you'll see there's silver tier rewards. Those are on the left side of the screen. You can earn, when it lands on one of these silver shields, you'll earn either 7,500 stubs, a diamond duos pack. What is that? I don't know. We might get to it later.
I think that's
or
fun.
5 show pack bundle. If you get one of the gold shields, you'll look on the right side. You'll see an Around the World Pack 1 choice pack. What is that? I don't know. Or you can earn one of those World Baseball Classic choice packs. Or you get a choice between that pack or the Charisma choice pack of what we just saw in the XP reward path. And then Lane, tell me what happens when I get the diamond.
When you get the diamond, Rory, there is a Season 1 XP Path boss pack. So you will be able to earn another one of those 99s. Maybe not just one. If you want to keep getting XP, you might get more than one.
You could get 2?
You could get as many as your heart desires,
How about
however
three?
much
Three.
XP you want to earn.
Wow.
You complete the Season 1 XP program, as we saw. So if you get to 500,000 XP, keep earning XP after that, and every 25,000 XP will earn you 1 spin in this wheel here.
The grind 99 wheel.
All right, I'm going to do it.
Should we
999 wheel.
spin that wheel?
Grind 99 diamond, but it's not even a diamond. That's a square turned on its side.
Yeah, it's not really a wheel.
Where should we stop? There we
Go!
go.
Oh, there we go.
Very nice.
Very nice. Rory, even though it says gold, there's diamonds in here, right?
There are absolutely diamonds in the
Okay.
pack. Yes, the tiers of the shields is just for the reward value that you've got here. But yes, you will be getting diamonds from this pack.
We'll take a
not
look at
gold.
that pack later. You might have seen it on our socials.
I'm seeing in the chat that was rigged. So let's come back on camera here
Yeah,
and let's
let's do it
load that
again.
up
Do it
and,
again.
Do it again.
and show them it's not rigged.
Here we go.
One more time.
Look at that sweet animation. Our
There
UI
we go.
team. Oh
Everyone,
my gosh.
let's spin that wheel.
It's a wheel to us.
Okay, I'm gonna stop it now
Yeah,
because you
get to
control.
decide. Yeah,
you
get to
control when it stops.
Five show
decide.
packs.
Question from the chat: Are these rewards sellable? So if the player in the Around the World pack that you just pulled in the last time, can you go sell that?
Absolutely, yes, absolutely. All this is some of the best sellable rewards in the game that you earn from this square that we have, diamond
That's right.
that we have on the screen.
So you see how it resets. The circuit resets every time we get 25,000. We press X. We don't spin the wheel. Sorry.
And refresh everybody's memory. What happened last year when you got to the end of the season 1 reward?
Ramon's asking what happened at the end when you hit the end last year at the XP reward path.
The XP went to waste. It didn't go anywhere. That was it. You could still earn XP, but it wasn't going to anything. So you get to 500,000 XP, and you can keep on playing that board that we have for you. Play that board! and earn some of the greatest
Well, wordsmithing it here.
sellable rewards that we have in the
Doing
game.
it live.
Yeah.
Doing it live.
The community should tell us what it's called.
Yeah, what's it called? let's take a vote in the chat.
All right. So there it is. The XP reward path returns. Play anywhere. I was playing Home Run Derby. You can play Diamond Dynasty, Road to the Show, and you'll be earning some of these rewards, right? They give out packs. There's equipment in it. There's all sorts of things for any type of user. And again, remember, play your style. I'm single player. Lane's going to talk Battle Royale in a minute. He loves Battle Royale. I mean, we play whatever we want. We get the rewards we want.
We absolutely do. And of course, we can play anywhere in the game to earn XP for the wheel. And there's another great area of content called programs. I'm going to kick it off to Brendan. Brendan, for our new fans watching, what are programs? Other programs?
Yeah, so other programs are ways to get XP, ways to earn player items, packs, anything from A to Z within Diamond Dynasty, essentially. So to start it off here, we're going to have the starter program. With the starter program, we're going to teach new users and our veterans how to go through programs. We're going to have missions, moments, collections, an exchange, or a few exchanges actually, and then an optional showdown. Yeah, so there's a bunch of stuff to do in there. And then in the reward path, there's actually going to be 4 different player items that you can obtain, including Rookie Jazz. We got Gold on Gold on Gold, Breakout Cy Young from 1892.
1892.
Wow, 1892.
One
I
of
wasn't
the
there.
oldest we've ever had in the game.
Wow.
After that, you guys see it on the screen already.
Yeah.
But there's a free Sammy. He's in the game. We have Breakout Diamond Sammy Sosa. Rory, show those attributes.
Yeah, there we go.
There we
There
are.
he is.
So this is in the starter program?
This is in the starter program, and this is about halfway through the program. Program's going to be pretty easy to achieve, so everybody should have a Sammy Sosa pretty early on here.
And he's core, so he can be used in your team all year, right, Brendan?
All year, and then, we're going to have some captains down the road that might, line up with him as well.
Oh.
Spoilers.
Spoilers. Okay.
And then at the end of the reward path here, we have another diamond. We have All-Star Justin Verlander. If you go through that showdown, he will be the final boss there as well. So good luck against JV.
Nice.
Incredible. I'm seeing from chat we want to see some of the missions and moments. Rory, can we see some of those, please?
I can do that, Ashley.
Yeah, so each of these missions, you're going to be, once you complete it, you'll be getting program points that'll go towards the reward path here. All pretty simple. It's just going to be, just hop in a game, get some innings, some strikeouts, hit a home run, tally some player XP with live series. So missions are pretty simple. Hop into the moments. We've got 6 moments there, including both MVPs from last year, Aaron Judge and Paul Goldschmidt, both the Cy Young Award winners, JV and Sandy Alcantara, and then we're going to have the Astros winning the World Series.
This sounds incredible, Brendan. So once our fans at home can master the starter program, get that Sosa and Verlander straight to their squads, is there maybe another program that now our seasoned other program veterans can play through?
Oh, I would definitely say so. We've been chomping at the bit. We had World Baseball Classic going on the
What
past
a World
few weeks.
Baseball Classic, by the way.
The end of it was amazing.
Incredible.
We're ready for it. We're ready to play through this content here. So if you want to show it on the screen here, we've got a pretty big reward path here. Let's hop through the reward path. So we're gonna have, some icons, some unlockables, a lot of the team icons as well.
That's
Bats, let's
Bat
go.
skins as well. Looking great. After that, this is going to be a 90 overall choice pack. You're going to obtain all 28 player items in this program. They're all going to be non-sale because you're going to get all of them. But look at some of that card art. Shout out to the art team there.
Ozzy.
Any favorites? Any favorites here?
Oh, my cousin on the end, Tim Kennelly.
Nice. More diamonds, more World Baseball Classic. We told you there'd be about 100 as we hit launch, and we're going to keep putting out a few more after launch too, so you're going to see so many more. Right here, we're in the other program for the World Baseball Classic that Brendan's walking us through.
Yep, so there's going to be 7 of these choose 2 90 overall packs throughout this reward path. If you want to hop out of there, go back through. We've got more of those unlockable packs. I see a uniform pack there at 40 program points.
Ooh.
So we're going to have a couple of these within the program as well, where you get to choose 4 uniform items. We got 2 of each of the teams in there. Looking pretty sweet. And then keep on scrolling. We got a 95 overall pack there at 80.
Ooh.
Let's go.
Got some more names in there. We got Goldie, America's first baseman. Camilo Doval. See him in the showdown for World Baseball Classic, which we'll go over later on too. Kyle's guy. The future.
Now we're talking. I like this.
Had to get him in there.
One of Kyle's twins.
Leno, you want to talk about your boy Patrick Sandoval here?
I would love to. He pitched absolutely amazing in the WBC against the U.S., against Japan, put on a display of pitching, and it is very exciting for Angels fans to have a pitcher other than Ohtani that is having a light shined on him. So I'm very excited for Patrick Sandoval, and this is probably my first choice in this pack.
Who were some of the batters that he struck out in the World Baseball Classic?
Oh, man. Have you heard of Mike Trout or
Heard of
Paul
him.
Goldschmidt
Heard
or
of him.
Shohei Ohtani?
Heard of him.
Those
All
are
victims.
good
So his
hitters, right?
teammates, too.
So his
His
teammates.
Awesome. We'll continue down the pack here. Ashley, you want to talk about your boy?
Luis Robert Jr. building the White Sox theme team. It's getting even stronger. And, do I see max contact against lefty for Luis, Brendan?
Very nice.
Incredible. And he's going to be stealing a whole bunch of bases with that 84 speed. He's going to cover everything in center field. What else do we have here? Dylan, do you have any favorites in this pack?
Oh, look at the captain right there saluting. Mr. Arenado right there. Everybody's going to play him at third base. Why wouldn't you play with him? And then what else we got in there?
We skipped over Christian Javier. I mean, the fastball slider king strikes people out, doesn't allow hits. He's pretty nasty. He's very nasty. Without him, the Astros may not have made their World Series run. They also might have. They were pretty good, not going to lie. But I think we might have skipped over one of my favorite cards in this pack. I don't know why. Harry Ford. Yeah.
Harry.
There we go.
All right.
Sir Harry Ford. Sorry, Control Room Collins corrected me. Mariners prospect absolutely came up clutch. Huge for Great Britain. And a catcher. We love our catchers here. Remember him.
Catchers.
Another catcher, bruv. All right, let's keep going down the path here. We got some 97s now.
So not in a choice pack.
Not in the choice pack. You don't have to choose any of these guys. You get to just pick them up as you go along the path here.
Do I see a catcher secondary?
Another one.
Another one.
Wow.
Another
All right.
one.
Noted.
Got Yoshi here, pitching the championship game. Got Yu Chang.
Salute.
Salute.
Chinese Taipei.
Not a catcher though. We got Luis Urias. He was hitting home runs left and right, especially down the stretch. Had to add him to the program.
Yeah, after that 3-run home run, it was like, oh, okay, yep, we're doing this now.
After that, we got Taijuan Walker. He was back at his old stomping grounds at Chase Field. He was looking right at home, pitched well.
Team Mexico put on a show.
He did.
They did.
Oh,
And
who's
Lane.
Oh!
Talk about
Whoa,
him, Lane.
whoa, whoa,
Talk
whoa.
about
Show
your
this?
boy.
What is?
Are we allowed to show this?
Did we do this?
Position is he playing?
What position?
What position?
Closing
He's a
pitcher.
What position?
Closing
Closer?
pitcher, Shohei Ohtani. Closing out the WBC, striking out Mike Trout, one of the best baseball moments that any of us have ever seen. It was absolutely incredible. And you asked for it. And closing pitcher, Shohei Ohtani. No secondary positions, but he can pinch hit a little bit, Rory.
You can bring him in off the bench to pinch hit. He does not have the two-way eligibility being a reliever, but you will be able to bring him in off the bench if you want. You can also bring him in out of the pen to dominate the ninth.
The chat loves this,
Going
but I'm
wild.
also seeing why is he only a 97? This was the MVP of the World Baseball Classic.
Oh,
His
he
card's
was?
broken.
He was the MVP of the World Baseball
Gave
Classic?
him everything else. The card would be it would break the game.
Ramon said we can't
Wait.
break the game.
So
Just wait.
Well,
should we maybe have another show, maybe a 99 Otani somewhere in the game?
Maybe?
Is that
Little
what-
Let's get one
MVP?
going.
Yeah.
Let's cook one up.
And also he can hit. There are the hitting attributes for when you want to bring him in.
that's a pretty good closer.
That's pretty good, yeah. And lastly, Brendan.
Yeah, scroll on over. The man, the myth, the legend. He's kissing babies, signing autographs in between pitching changes. Randy Arozarena. He shows up when it matters most, and man, he played one great tournament.
Now, Brendan, how do I earn these players? There's so many great ones. How do I get them?
Yeah, so 250 program points. So there's going to be a lot of stuff that the users here are going to have to do. If you see at the top there, we're going to have a World Baseball Classic event. We'll talk more about that here in a few. But every win there will get you 2 points towards the program. After that, we got missions. So each of the players that you accrue along the way, you're going to be having, or you're going to have to play some games, get some parallel XP, 200 PXP with batters, and 600 PXP with pitchers, and you'll get 5 program points per player of that. From there, Ashley and Ben helped me out with making some moments.
Yeah, Ben.
Shout out Ben. So we got 20 moments from the first round, one representing each of the 20 countries. All in chronological order. My OCD mind is happy. We have the quarterfinal moments after that. There's going to be 8 moments here, one for each of the 8 teams that made it to the quarterfinals, including Trey Turner's home run from down 2 to up 2. Semifinal moments here, we got 4. We got one for each of those teams as well. And then last but not least, the championship game, 3 moments. And then, of course, you got to player lock as
There's the
Ohtani.
moment.
There it is.
Strike out Trout. Probably the coolest moment I've ever seen watching baseball. So
Epic.
yeah.
And how do you unlock all this amazing WBC content?
How do you unlock it, Brendan?
Just by logging into the game. It's just there. Start playing.
This is
Is this more Brian 99 content?
Of course it is.
Absolutely. And everyone's,
Name of the game.
You know, everyone's, where's Roki? Where's Trey Turner? Oh, we haven't got to them yet. Don't worry. There's more. There's more. But we've gone through the XP reward path. Now we've gone through this other program. I mean, so much to play at launch. Tonight, early access begins. Where are we starting? Are you starting the World Baseball Classic program, Brendan?
Oh, but of course.
Yeah.
And where else can we earn points toward this program, Brendan? I see a few other slides down here.
Yeah, there's 2 more down there at the end. We'll go more in depth on them later on, but you're going to get 30 program points by completing the Conquest map, and then 25 by completing the Showdown.
Sounds incredible. Now I have a few questions before we get into the event. If we can go back to missions real quick. I'm seeing some questions in chat. Why are batters 200 PXP and then pitchers 600 PXP?
Yeah, so it's quicker to accrue PXP with pitchers, so you're going to have to grind a little bit longer with, it's a time equalizer, at least, for batters and pitchers there.
Love to hear it. And then if we can go back to that reward path, I think I saw something similar with that unlimited wheel spin, the Around the World pack. Rory, should we click into it?
Oh, are we doing that now?
Should we do it now?
Okay, we're doing it live.
Chat, should we do this
Doing it
now?
live?
We're going
Should
to
we
just
do
do
it
it
now?
now.
I
All
haven't
right,
looked at
let's
live
do
games.
it.
Oh,
Wow.
99 Mike Trout day 1 lane?
Day 1 of MLB The Show 23, 99 overall.
no.
Mike Trout.
Did we really do that?
That's irresponsible.
That
But we
is
deserve it.
It's even more irresponsible to show the attributes and see
Oh,
how crazy
whoa.
those are. So
Lots
he
of W's.
Screenshots.
he can hit home runs versus righties very, very well. Also the 95 speed. It's Mike Trout, people.
Mike Trout, captain
we love
of the
to see
USA
him.
team.
We love to see him.
Wow.
Yeah, is this a choice pack?
Explain this. We see at the bottom there too, right?
Yes, so this choice pack is split into 2 tiers. The 99 overall players are in the rare round of the pack, and then the 97 overalls are in the base round. If you get this pack, you are guaranteed the base round at least. You know, you're either getting the base or you're getting the rare. You're not getting anything below the base. You're getting the base.
So
But
yeah.
if you get the rare, if the odds are in your side, then you get the rare.
All right, so you need some luck, but all right, come on, stop. Let's go, Roki.
Yeah, here we go. Roki Sasaki, first time in MLB The Show, 99 overall, over 100 everything. And then Lane,
Let's check out these quirks here.
he throws kind of hard,
Ooh.
doesn't
I mean,
he?
the pitch mix is insane. Sinker, cutter, fork ball. We saw him throwing and double outlier.
Double
on Roki
outlier?
Sasaki.
So he throws real hard, huh?
He throws very, very hard, so you better be ready to hit the fastball facing Roki.
Excellent.
He's 21?
He is 21.
Still older than Juan Soto.
Somehow Juan Soto is still younger than him.
Miguel Cabrera is our third player in the rare round. You choose one of the 3 of Roki, Mike Trout, and Miguel Cabrera if you get the rare round.
It was always Miguel Cabrera. That's the
It
choice.
was
in this
always
pack.
Miggy.
It was never Trout.
And getting our base round off, Gio Urshela. Lane, I've loved him. You're about to love him this year.
I can't wait to watch this guy. I saw a clip of him getting an in-between-the-innings ground ball from the first baseman, and he kicked it up with his foot and then caught it, and I was like, wow, this might be my new favorite player.
We've got Byung-ho Park. Kyle.
Yeah, this is like basically a Twins theme pack. I mean, Gio, twin last year, Byung-ho Park, former twin, and then who's next? The newest twin?
Pablo.
Pablo.
Love
Yeah.
this pack.
You're gonna like Pablo. He came to the studio last year. We gave him a tour. Nice guy. Real nice guy.
Great pitcher, too.
Great pitcher.
If it wasn't for those 99s, I think I'd want the base round.
Are these sellable?
These are all sellable. If you get this pack, it is sellable. So you can get whatever players. If you want to add them to your squad, you can. But you could also just list them on the market if you've already got all the players in the pack.
Sounds incredible. We have this World Baseball Classic pack toward the end. Randy Rosarena as the cherry on top for this program. Shall we go through the rest of the 2 players or figure out what we want to do for the event?
Let's go to the event.
Let's go.
Check out
Let's
this
do it.
event.
Let's check out this event. So, Brendan, what are events? How do we explain them?
Yeah, so
Are they
events
online?
are another head-to-head online mode. Differs a little bit from ranked and battle royale, where there's going to be some lineup requirements in there. So yeah, let's show the fans here what we got for the World Baseball Classic event. So for the rules for this event, it's going to be some of the top cards at launch, at least with the different card series there, including World Baseball Classic as well. All the games are going to be taking place at Lone Depot Park in Miami. And Rory, hop on into that reward path here.
Oh, let's do it, Brendan.
So we got 3 player items. It's going to come at 15 wins. Julio Urias from Mexico. Pretty nasty mix there. We got 2 USA players up next. We got Pete Alonso. Look at that power.
Pete Alonso was on our dev tourney, right?
He's already
Too soon.
I'm just trying to move
Kick him
on,
out.
Steven.
Finally, the 25-win reward is going to be 97 overall Mookie Betts. Pretty balanced on offense there, nasty on defense, one of the best swings in the game as well. And, of course, second base secondary.
Our favorite second baseman, right, Brendan?
100%. So, yeah, so that's going to be the World Baseball Classic event here, and that's going to kick off at launch tonight at 9 p.m. Pacific time.
Yeah, so many World Baseball Classic players. Like we told you, we weren't lying. Lots. And we got more, I think. Ben on our team, he's working with Luis. and this team right here to cook up so much that we can do in the show shop now. We gave a big reveal. On day one, everyone's going to be rocking a shortstop, the legend, the captain, number two, Derek, Jeter. And so let's go on to the shop. Postseason Derek Jeter. You saw Ashley rocking Jeter as her shortstop in the Dev tournament. Can hit. So everyone, day one, night one, tonight, early access, or on the 28th when we launch, Derek Jeter's going to be there, all right? So early access and at launch on the 28th, he'll still be there. Everyone go redeem him. 0 stubs in the shop. You want to check out his attributes real quick?
Oh, let's do it.
And one thing to point out, he's also under 90 overall. So remember, he's a core player, so you could have this Derek Jeter in your lineup all year if you want.
That's right, Steven. You can have him. And he kills lefties. Ashley knows all about it.
Oh, he absolutely does. Carried me to the semifinals in the Dev tournament.
There we go. So what else do we have in here, Ashley?
With the show shop, do I see a Around the World pack from our other program, Rory?
We do, yeah. So you can get the Around the World pack from the show shop. 50,000 stubs. You get a purchase limit of 3 packs. So you can roll it once, roll it twice, roll it thrice if you want.
Thrice? Big fan of thrice. And then, Dylan, can you tell me about this Jumpstart pack?
Yes, the Jumpstart.
I was getting the microphone.
Got it. Yes, the Jumpstart pack. Everybody knows it's hard to get that team going right when you get off the, start the game, get on there at 9 p.m., midnight. So if you need somebody to fill your team, get this Jumpstart pack, get you some solid goals, get you in there and start playing.
Sounds incredible. Then our community is just spot on with our social posts. We see some special Diamond Duo packs near the bottom of this show shop. Now, I saw a few comments of, where's Headliners? Is this Headliners? Well, y'all were on it. Headliners is being revamped into Diamond Duos, where there's not one, but 2 featured players in every single pack. Rory, let's kick it off with the first one. Who's in it?
The first one we've got everyone's favorite, Ketel Marte. Another switch hitter for our switch hitting team. And if you thought the 93 was good last year, he ain't a 93. 99 Ketel day one. It's what the people wanted. It's what the people needed. And we just wanted to provide. Next up, we've got Darvish Lane. We saw him pitching the other day, right?
We did, yes. We did see you pitching. He's got the sinker. He's got the fastball. He's got the cutter, of course. Big stamina. It's Darvish. It's who are you going to take in this pack, Ray? Is it going to be Ketel or is it going to be you?
I mean, it's always been you, but I think I might take Ketel.
And then, Rory, are these more 99s out of these Diamond Duo packs?
They are 99s. We have 2 more 99s, so you can get 2 more from this Diamond Duos pack. And another thing we want to point out, there is also this Diamond Duos Choice pack. So as you can see, there's a purchase limit of 1 per user, so you can only purchase it 1 time. It's worth 40,000 stubs, but you have very good odds of pulling the choice of these 2 players. So you can choose.
You want to hit square? Yeah.
Oh, yes. There we go.
I got top right.
And if you get the rare, you get the headliner round. You get to choose between Ketel and Darvish.
And we're going to see a lot of these Diamond Duos. I just see pack 1.
Exactly, that's right. Pack 1. You're going to see this updating multiple times a week, most likely 2 every week. So you're going to see a lot of Diamond Duos and a lot of these players.
And that's not all for the show shop. There's another surprise in the bottom right-hand corner, the Jumbo Pack. Brendan, what is this Jumbo Pack?
The Jumbo Pack, you can purchase it up to 3 times, cost 15,000 stubs. It's going to contain all player items, so there's going to be 40 player items in there, including at least 1 silver player.
Yeah, I think the cool part about this, we've never had this many players, I don't think, in one pack at once. So normally our show packs, they have 4 players in them, so you won't have the unlockables, the equipments. It'll just be player after player after player. Pretty awesome experience, especially if you see that diamond.
Absolutely.
Who's pulling a diamond,
diamonds.
Chad? Who's pulling diamonds on launch? Let's go.
I would be.
But Rory, that's not all with the show shop. Shall we scroll down?
There's more?
There's more.
Oh, all right.
All right.
We've got just a show pack.
Just
we
a
like
show
that. The 10 pack, you get that. It's a silver topper, so you're guaranteed 1 silver topper player.
What about the 20-pack bundle?
you get a gold guarantee if you
Get the
go with
gold.
the 20 bundle, and then
Okay.
Well,
the 50.
So last year, what was the topper on the 50 pack last year?
So last year the topper was a chase pack, and so chase, it could only be earned either from buying this 50 pack bundle where you'd get the topper of this chase pack. You could also pull the chase pack from any regular show pack.
So what's there this year?
Who's
What
in the
is it
choice pack?
this
In the
year?
chase pack, yeah.
Who is the chase boss?
Any guesses?
Anybody know?
Was there a 99 we needed to make when the chat requested one?
There might have been.
Oh!
Shohei Ohtani, the 99 Ohtani, starting pitcher Ohtani, two-way player Ohtani. What else do I need to say about him?
Secondary positions. He can play the field.
Yeah, he can play
unlike
the
the
field.
closer.
Unlike the closer, you can use this Ohtani as your DH. You can also have him in your starting rotation. And, he can kind of hit too, right, Lane?
He can kind of hit. He's not too bad. He's not too bad.
He runs kind of fast too, right?
He's a little fast, and he has a pretty decent arm.
Yeah, so he hits the ball hard. He runs pretty well. He throws kind of hard too, doesn't he?
And he's got quite a few quirks.
Quite a few quirks.
Like an outlier. there.
Outlier fastball on Ohtani.
Yeah.
He's kind of good.
Wow.
So, if you buy the 50-pack bundle, you will get the chase pack and have your chance to rip it, open it for this Shohei Ohtani.
Yeah, there you go.
Incredible.
There's quite a bit in the show shop, and actually, we've already covered so much in this stream. Colin, let's just take a quick recap. We're already going on over an hour right now. We've already been on an hour. So, Ashley, what have we went through so far?
We have gone through the XP Reward Path, new card series. We went through the World Baseball Classic card series, Captain Series, Charisma Series, the World Baseball Classic, other program, and a multitude of cards that come with it. And then a huge shout out to Ben, just putting in all of the surprises, all of the pack magic when it comes to the show shop. But of course, that is not all. We mentioned captains a little bit in the XP Reward Path. There might be even more, especially as bonus packs, if you're able to order a digital deluxe edition or the captain edition with Derek Jeter on the cover of the game. Rory, let's take them to the bonus captains pack.
Here we go. Let's open this up. And Ian, I want to go over to you. Let's talk about this pack. What is it? What's in it? Why do we love it? Tell us.
Well, this is going to be one of the most exciting packs in the game. So we've seen some Captain Series cards already. Most of the captains in the game are going to buff players from a specific team, but the players in this pack are going to buff you if you build crazy, weird theme teams. And we see the content creators out there, we see you guys out there building these crazy theme teams, and we want to reward you guys for doing that. So each of these captains is going to have a specialized ability to help you build the theme team of your dreams. I think we should take a look at them.
Let's just go in.
Yeah. The first one we have, Derek Jeter. He's the captain, so of course he has to buff your other captains. So he's going to be the Captain Series captain. You fill out your team with Captain Series cards. Derek Jeter gives them all a buff. And Derek Jeter, of course, one of the best contact hitters of all time, so we got to give you that. Plus 15 contact right and left, and plus 15 batting clutch for that Tier 3 boost.
This is the second Derek Jeter we've seen now.
This is the second
The
Derek
Derek
Jeter.
second
Jeter.
one. Ooh. So it's a little
Number two.
captainception, you would say.
I would say that's Captainception for sure. All right, we got our next one here. 92 David Wright. David Wright, one of the most exciting new legends. We're so excited to have him in the game this year. He's a special ability. This one's for all of you MLB The Show historians out here. He's going to buff everybody that's ever been on the cover of MLB The Show. So we have some real distinguished athletes that have been on the MLB The Show cover. Derek Jeter this year, as well as Jazz Chisholm. But if you go way back, we've got David Ortiz. We've got Shohei Ohtani. We've got Ken Griffey Jr. So many great players that have been on the MLB The Show cover. So if you build your team with cover athletes, then David Wright's going to give him a pretty substantial buff. Plus 15 fielding is kind of ridiculous. It's going to give almost everybody in your team that Diamond Shield fielding.
I think he belongs on Ashley's squad with the bubble gum there, right?
He absolutely does. Bubblegum represent.
All right, the next one, Nolan Ryan. Nolan Ryan had one of the most distinguished careers of any pitcher of all time. So we want to reward you for building a team with some of the grizzled veterans in your pitching staff. So if you build your team with players age 35 or older, then Nolan Ryan's going to give them that hits per 9 and Ks per 9 buff. Nolan Ryan, of course, one of the best strikeout pitchers of all time. So we've got some pretty esteemed pitchers 35 or older just playing in the league right now. Clayton Kershaw, Zach Greinke, Justin Verlander, Max Scherzer. You build your team with players like that. He's going to give boost to those players. Next one, David Ortiz, of course, one of the best postseason hitters of all time. Got to buff your postseason series players. And clutch is the big thing that he buffs. +5 on tier 1, but +15 on tier 3. He's going to give all of your players, if you build them in the postseason series, that +15 contact, +15 power, +15 batting clutch from the tier 3 boost.
And Ian, I'm seeing a lot of hype in the chat with this next captain, especially with the uniform he's wearing. We saw him last year donning the Phillies uni. Who do we have right here?
This year we have the Blue Jays, Roy Halladay. But since Roy Halladay, he's one of the best players that played for 2 separate teams, going to the Hall of Fame with no cap. So he'll buff anybody that played for the AL or NL East, since he played for the Blue Jays and the Phillies. So if you build your team with AL and NL East pitchers, he's going to give the stamina boost and the walks per 9 boost, with Roy Halladay being one of the best control pitchers of all time.
And now one thing, Ian, these boosts aren't quite at the level that you have seen on other players. Now, the reason for that would be just because, the pool that they boost is so great, right?
Yeah, of course. So Roy Halladay is going to boost players from 10 teams. So the boost isn't going to be as big as a player that maybe boost players from 1 team, since the pool is 10 times bigger. So it's a little easier to build a squad with him, so the boost isn't going to be quite as substantial. All right, next one, Willie Mays. This is probably my favorite one. I love using these old school legends in MLB The Show. Yeah. So guys like Hank Aaron, Eddie Matthews, you build your team with these guys. Willie Mays at the captain. He's going to give a huge fielding and speed buff, plus 15 power and 10 batting clutch. So Willie Mays, if you want to build that old school theme team, Willie Mays is your guy for sure. The next one, Trevor Hoffman. Shout out to Dylan. This was an interesting one to build. We wanted to kind of incentivize you guys to have Trevor Hoffman as your closer. So what he's going to do is he's going to buff non-closer relief pitchers. So if you build Trevor Hoffman as the only closer on your team, then Trevor Hoffman plus all those other relievers are going to get a pretty big buff. 7 other non-relief pitcher closers is going to give +15 hits per 9 and +15 Ks per 9 with that tier 3 boost.
I think the fans are starting to see the creativity and how wide we can go with these captains. Again, we said theme teams were coming this year, big time.
Oh,
Catcher.
Captain.
Yeah, we alluded to this one a little bit. Yeah, a lot of players in that World Baseball Classic program with either catcher primary or catcher secondary position. So what Mike Piazza is going to do is he's going to buff everybody with catcher primary or secondary position. So you fill your squad out, guys like maybe Craig Biggio at second base, maybe Tim Kennelly in center field, maybe some of the Negro Leagues rewards. Those catcher secondary and primary players are going to get big boosts to them, and also Mike Piazza himself.
Right on. That's a beautiful looking pack. And again, when you get the tier 3 boost, tier 2, tier 1, they apply to these players, right?
Yep, that's right. Yeah, so every captain boosts themselves no matter what, as long as you fulfill the boost requirements.
This is the Captain's Pack in the Digital Deluxe Edition or the Captain Edition sitting right in front of me. What else is in the Digital Deluxe or the Captain Edition, Rory? Or is there anything else we want to talk about with those players?
I think we're good to move on to our World Baseball Classic pre-order pack. Now you'll see it's full of 10 players, some of the big names in the World Baseball Classic. We've got Schwarber, we've got Tyler O'Neill, Alexis Diaz, Masataka Yoshida, new to the Red Sox this year. Lane, it's our boy.
Vinny P.
Vinny P. One of my favorites, Didi Gregorius of Netherlands, Juan Soto, Danny Valencia.
Valencia. There we go.
We just got everything for Kyle today.
I never thought I'd see the day, but I am so pumped.
Kyle's pumped for another twin.
Ronald Acuna Jr. and Yoenis Cespedes to round out the pack.
There we go, he's back.
So you're going to get this pack. It's a choose 1 of 10. You can pick any of these players, Ashley.
But that's not all, Rory. There's still one more bonus pack.
That's right. The uniforms, right? We're going to be able to choose 4 of the 40 World Baseball Classic uniforms, 20 home, 20 away. Chat, what threads are we starting with? I think we had this good conversation last time with Roflo, but I mean, Team Mexico, was there anything prettier? I don't know. What do you guys think?
I mean, I love Team Italy, the Italia uniforms. Yes, I love them. Lane?
I lived in this country for 7 months, so I would be mistaken to not choose my Aussies. Team Australia, if you see me online, if you see anyone wearing a Team Australia uniform online, it's probably me. So, see you there.
I do want to talk about the Captain Edition. So that's what's sitting right in front of me here and also in front of Ashley. So the Captain Edition, if you got this, right, you got so much in here. We just showed off some of the physical goods. There's going to be a PS4 disc. So for PlayStation fans out there that ordered it, it's a PlayStation 4 disc. You're going to put it into your PlayStation 5 if that's what you have. And at midnight Eastern tonight, you're going to see a way to upgrade that to the PlayStation 5 version. So it's a PS4 disc. Put it in your PS5, and at midnight Eastern tonight, for early access, upgrade it to the PS5 version. You're going to see that on the PlayStation home menu. And we're looking at all of the different ways you can play MLB The Show. Now remember, the Captain Edition, Digital Deluxe, those are the ones that give you early access. So just in a few hours, you can start playing all this content we're rolling through.
Don't throw away your codes.
Yeah, watch out. Keep your codes, Ramon says. Keep your codes.
And Steven, these packs, we get a World Baseball Classic Uniform Choice Pack, a World Baseball Classic Player Choice Pack, and then, of course, that Captain's Choice Pack. Now, Rory, how many captains can our fans expect at launch?
So, on launch, there will be over 70 captains.
70 captains.
70.
Over.
And there will be at least one hitting and one pitching captain per team.
That is huge news. Over 70 captains.
A lot of captains.
Lane, do you know where we can find some of these captains?
I know where you can find 30 of them.
Oh, okay.
Where?
The Live Series collection, everyone's favorite collection, everyone's favorite long-term goal. Let's dive into the Live Series collection here and check out a new legend.
New legend.
Ooh.
Royals captain, Alex Gordon, Mr. Left Field. Look at that defense. What else can you say? I mean, he's Royals Live Series captain. So talk me through that, Roy.
Yeah, I mean, Ian, actually, let's go to you. Let's
Sure,
talk
I'd love
about
to talk
the
about
Live Series boosts he's given to players.
Yeah, so one of the challenges we faced this year was with dropping all these crazy 99 legends and flashbacks, how are we going to keep Live Series cards good and powerful all throughout the year? Because Live Series cards are always core, so you're going to be able to use them all throughout the year. How are we going to make them good enough to use? And so the solution is if you complete the Live Series collection for a team, you'll get that team's Live Series captain. And the Live Series captain only boosts himself and Live Series cards from that team, so Alex Gordon's going to boost Live Series Royal players. And you see, if you get that Tier 3 boost, it's kind of crazy.
Wow.
Plus 35
35?
contact. Wow. Plus 35?
35.
It's got to be one of the biggest.
It's one of the biggest. It's not the biggest. So maybe you can something later, but it's one of the biggest. Lineup diversity.
So the fans are wondering, Live Series, how are they going to be valuable? I think we're starting to answer it. This isn't the only thing.
That's totally right. And with Alex Gordon being one of the best fielding left fielders of all time, he also gives a pretty huge fielding buff to your entire team. Plus 20 fielding, plus 20 arm strength, and then Tier 3 boost as well.
But I don't think Alex Gordon is the only new legend returning. Is that, Lane?
No, we have another new legend as a captain of a team. Let's load up this next one here. For the Brewers, we have Mr. Ryan Braun.
Ooh.
Brewers Live Series captain. Let's see these boosts that Mr. Braun's got.
Oh, man.
40 power? Wow.
Ryan Braun killed lefties his entire career, so we only felt it was fair to give him and all the other Brewers Live Series players plus 40 power versus left, also plus 35 contact versus left. He's going to give a boost to righties as well, so not just against lefties, plus 20 contact. And he can steal some bases as well, so plus 15 speed.
Wow.
That looks incredible. Lane, you said there are 30 teams, 30 captains per team. Where do we find the rest of the captains?
Well, we've seen some of them in the pre-order pack. We've seen them in the Live Series collection, so every team will have one. But we also have another new thing that we've kind of been hinting at and showing some little hints. So let's dive into one of the fan favorite modes
Here it
that is
is.
returning. Team Affinity. Team Affinity is back in a big, big way. Just like we had a couple years ago, there's going to be 6 Team Affinity programs. There's 2 things to know about Team Affinity this year. 1, it never expires. And 2, you will be able to earn every single player once again in Team Affinity.
Whoa.
Every
Whoa,
player.
Say it again,
Say it
Lane.
again one more time.
You will be able to earn every single player by grind 99ing in Team Affinity.
Let's go.
this year.
Let's go!
Dubs. TA is back.
And how many players can we expect per division in Team Affinity, Lane?
Oh man, that's some hard math here.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Ooh.
we have 120 total. So you do the math.
120. Wow, 120 grind 99able players, Lane.
Yeah, so let's dive into this NL Central Season 1 Team Affinity path here. So first up, we have a Team Builder Henchman pack here. So you can see some core gold legends, and there he is, Mr. Mark McGuire.
Mark McGuire. So
right away.
Wow.
Immediately, I can play the NL Central Team Affinity and get a Mark McGuire.
Yes, and let's check out these attributes. One of the wonkiest gold cards I've ever seen. Look at that power.
Look at that. He hits the ball hard.
Ooh,
Big Mac.
Big Mac.
Big Mac.
There
We
he
saw
is.
Sammy. We saw Jeter. We saw David. Here's Big Mac.
So a core Mark McGuire, just like core Sammy Sosa and Derek Jeter. So play the NL Central Team Affinity. Core Mark McGuire for your Cardinals theme team.
BR Goon.
Don't worry about that contact. The ball will travel.
It will fly. And then we have, of course, 5 Diamond Team Builder Henchmen in the Team Affinity path. But that is not all. We have much more. There's way too many cards to show the attributes for, but we're going to do our best here. Like Ashley was talking about, of course, we have captains in the live series collections. The other place to earn a team captain will be Team Affinity. So all 30 teams will have 1 hitting and 1 pitching captain. So as you can see here, Roy, Joey Votto, he is the Reds team captain. I don't see live series, so talk to us a little about the difference there.
Yeah, so as you remember with the live series captains, they only boost live series players. But if you look at the players, the captains that you get from Team Affinity, they will boost both legends, flashbacks, and live series players as well as themselves. As long as it fits in that criteria. It doesn't boost everybody, but as long as they fit in the theme team of a Cincinnati Red for Joey Votto, you got a flashback red like that Nick Castellanos earlier. He will be boosted by this Joey Votto.
I think, yeah. So I think right now, let's take a quick break. Right, live series rewards are going to boost live series players. Those captains boost live series. Team Affinity, anyone from the team.
That's right, Stephen. That is a perfect way to put it. Much shorter than I did. So thank you.
Well then, Rory,
Words.
Ian had mentioned there's 1 hitting captain and 1 pitching captain at launch per team for the Brewers in their live series collection. We saw hitter Ryan Braun, but here we see pitcher Corbin Burns.
That's right. What you'll notice is there will be either the hitting captain in Team Affinity or in the live series collect. So there won't be 2 pitching captains, 1 in Team Affinity, 1 in the collection. It'll be a hitter and a pitcher. Don't know which one will be in both. It's kind of switched up for teams, but
And we're gonna show this too. We're gonna build some squads here in a minute. Ian's gonna run us through some of his theme teams. You'll see how we do this.
Right on.
Yeah, but
Lane.
let's keep rolling through this path here. So that's not all. So we have the Team Builder Henchmens. We have the captains for each team. And then we have some bosses in every single one of these Team Affinity programs as well.
Ooh.
So there they are, the
Wow.
Charisma Series
Shout out
captains.
Hunter Green. He loved his card. I know that.
Let's check out his attributes. 99 miles per hour. Does he have any quirks, Rory?
Oh, I think he does, Lane.
Oh,
I think we
of
are.
course, of course.
And shout out Brendan, who I believe chose the raindrop photo. There you go, Brendan. Nice job.
And I mean, one thing to point out, 97 overall Christian Yelich at launch, Lane.
There he is. That's going to
Wow.
be a problem for
Oh,
the
he can
Brewers
hit,
team.
too.
Yeah. Very, very good. So once again, you're going to be able to earn all of these players. So
All.
the only choice is no longer which one do I want on my team. It's which one do I choose first. That is the choice this year. Which one do I choose first? But if you want all of them, you keep playing, you get all of them.
No time limit. You can earn them all. Who doesn't love this? This is amazing. We love Team Affinity.
Big wins.
Ramon's chat. Help Ramona. How do you earn these players? Say it with me. Grind 99.
Grind 99.
Oh, all right, hold on. One more time.
Grind
Grind
99.
We'll get it down. Go, Kyle. Not spin the wheel.
And then Lane, we see the NL Central Charisma bosses. I think Control Room Colin has a little insight to the other divisions.
Oh, let's see it. Control room, Colin.
Want to see them all?
Show them.
Oh, there it is. Screenshots out. And important to note, all the same overall, right?
All the same overall, yes. All 97 overall. Not all the same quality of art, though. Some of these guys have some amazing
What's your
action
favorite,
shots.
Lane?
Oh, man, you're putting me on the spot here. I have to go with Taylor Ward, Mr. Cowboy Taylor, an all-star last year for the Angels. And
Control Room Colin says
gotta love it.
Gino. How about you, Mr. Padre, Dylan Kaiser?
Oh, that's easy. You got to represent for the Friars, so I'm going to have to Soto shuffle that into my inventory.
I see you.
Chad, what's your favorite so far here? Who else? Who else wants to say their favorite?
Oh, as a White Sox fan, I love that Eloy Jimenez. You can just see the charisma oozing out of that card. Fantastic.
For me, it's got to be Jock. He's got the pearls on. It was the game back in Atlanta. He got his ring that day, rocking the pearls, and then hit a home run.
And I got to say, I love Jeff McNeil. It looks like he's yelling at the ball as he's bunting at it. It just looks beautiful.
How are you guys sleeping on Javier Baez and Bobby Witt Jr.? Are you kidding me? Do you
Javi.
see those glasses?
Well, why do you like Javi? Does he also have a belt like you do?
Perhaps.
Holding the belt.
Perhaps. We've got something in common.
I gotta shout Dustin May as well. Maybe the best locks in the game.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
I disagree, Mr. Boflos. Look at that flow. Backwards hat, Boflos. Come
Can't go
on.
wrong.
I think Jeremy Pena is doing the little heart for Roflo and our boy Lauren here in the studio too.
So, Lane, you're telling me I can earn all of these players? All
That's
of them?
right. That is right, yes. Every single one of these players play through Team Affinity in their respective division programs, 6 programs, play through those programs, earn all 30 of these 97 overall players.
And what do I need to do specifically in these programs to get them?
Well, of course, just like we had last year with featured program, we got all kinds of tasks, and like Brendan was saying with the starter and the WBC programs. So first up, of course, we got moments, playing with the boss players, those charisma players, playing with some of their best moments in the 2022 season. We have team build missions, so play with your theme teams, build those theme teams, and earn PXP with those theme teams, and earn progress in this program here. We have more missions with the captains, stat missions, so tally stats with the captains.
Stats here, so not parallel XP.
Yes, specific stats based on what the captain does well. Then we have some henchman missions, playing with those team builders, the golds and the diamonds.
Yeah, and you'll see the 200 parallel XP for hitters, 600 for pitchers, similar to how you saw in the World Baseball Classic program, right?
Awesome, yep, exactly.
And then, Rory, if you want to back out of here real quick and maybe head on over to the AL West Captain's Pack.
Ooh. Ooh.
Why is that?
What's in the AL West?
Let's take a look.
Shohei Ohtani?
Shohei Ohtani.
Is that
That
the-
is a
Shohei
third
Ohtani?
Shohei Ohtani.
Shohei Ohtani? Is there more Ohtanis or more Jeters? That's a good question.
We're still not done yet, right?
Still
There
not
could be
done.
more.
Could be more.
But what else do we have in this pack, Lane? I think there's something cool in this pack,
There
right?
is. One of these diamonds is a new legend, and he has, I think, the best swing in the game.
Yeah, Kyle, I think he's a love of ours, right? Little
He has a brother.
Kyle
Kyle
Seager.
He's back.
Underrated. Kyle says.
Underrated,
Most
yes.
underrated card at launch.
So there's another new legend that you're going to be able to get immediately if you go straight to the AL West Team Affinity, right, Lane?
That's right, and a veteran, so he's going to fit into that theme team that we saw earlier.
Ooh,
Right
Elvis Andrews,
on.
veteran captain, coming in clutch.
And now I've heard there might be another legend here in Team Affinity, right? That you could earn really, really quick.
I think so.
Is that true?
In the
Maybe in the
AL
AL East? Maybe in the AL East in this pack?
Is he a gold?
Oh, he doesn't look like a gold.
Oh.
Raul Ibanez
New
from
legend.
the 2012 postseason saved the Yankees' lives against the Orioles. He made me a Raul Ibanez fan for life that night.
It's awesome.
Now, Lane, let's get back to what else do you have to do to earn progress in this Team Affinity program?
Well, I don't want to jump the gun here. I don't know if we should get into it. Should we wait to get into the voucher thing that I'm seeing there?
Some vouchers.
Oh,
All
should
right.
we dive in?
So let's. I think we're gonna go to Brendan for this, right?
Yeah, let's go to Brendan.
All right. So, want to walk us through this a little, Brendan?
Yeah, so if we hop on over to Showdown, go over some Showdown stuff here. So we're going to have 5 different Showdowns at launch. There's going to be one for each of the team affinities. We're going to have, if you complete the one from the East, you'll gain progress in both the AL East and the NL East as well. So do you want to open that up there, Rory? Cool. So here's the 5 that are going to be at launch. We've got 3 team affinities. We've got the starter showdown, and then we've also got the World Baseball Classic showdown. If we want to start off with the starter showdown, actually, that would be perfect. Sweet. So this will teach you both our newcomers as well as our veterans how to go through showdowns. So basically, you start off with a draft. You're going to build your lineup, get some perks. You're going to play a couple mini moments there before you face a mini boss. Might be a Cy Young winner from last year. Who knows? By beating each of those little moments and mini boss, you're going to be getting some squad upgrades before you face off against the final boss. The reward from doing that is going to gain program progress for whatever showdown area you are in.
Nice.
So like I said earlier, the team affinity ones, you'll get it for both the East, AL East and NL East, Central, both NL and AL as well, same with the West. And then finally with the World Baseball Classic Showdown, you're going to have players from throughout the different areas of DD from launch, and you're going to face off against a handful of mini bosses before taking on Camilo Doval.
Do we want to see some of the bosses? I think Control and Colin, we got some of the bosses to show the fans.
Yeah, definitely.
See it? Ooh. After this, I'll put it in.
Okay.
I got you.
There's you.
Conquest and then mini season.
Chat, this is a lot of content, absolutely. So much to do. That's the thing. Choose where you want to start. You want to start in Showdown? Look at some of these uniforms, though. Oh, my. In the World Baseball Classic. So cool. And there's our countdown timer, by the way. 5 hours away from early access. All good. Yeah. Who wants to play Showdown after seeing this?
So, Brendan, we have the Starter Showdown. We have the World Baseball Classic Showdown. We have some Team Affinity Showdowns where, correct me if I'm wrong, you're going to be able to play with and against some of the players that are featured in Team Affinity?
Oh, yeah.
Sounds incredible. And with Team Affinity comes those captains that we have been talking all throughout today's stream. And Ian has put together some captain squads. And Ian, I was seeing a whole lot of questions in the chat. How many captains at one time can you have on your squad?
On your squad, you can have as many captains as you want. You can have 26 Captain Series cards if you want to on your squad, but only 2 abilities are active at any given time. So you can have 1 hitting ability and 1 pitching ability, except for a couple special captains, but maybe we'll get into that a little later.
Now, as you kind of move around here, we're not seeing the boost applied because we haven't assigned Griffey as the captain yet, right?
That is correct. Yeah, so here's Ken Griffey Jr., by the way, if you're curious. Seattle Mariners collection reward. He's going to be our live series captain for the Mariners.
Nice.
And if you scroll all the way to the left, we have the captain's menu. Hit X on that. We can assign him as our captain. Look at that cool animation. Shout out to the UI team.
UI team, let's go.
And then he's going to apply this buff to all of your Mariners Live Series players. And so if you hover over Griffey, look at those boosted stats. 94 contact rate, 119 power rate, max fielding. It's pretty solid for an 89 overall, huh? And if you want to scroll over the rest of those players, the attribute wheel in the middle is actually going to reflect the boosted attributes from your captain. So Colton Wong, he has that 88 contact rate, 84 power rate. That's actually lower than the base stats, but the wheel in the middle is showing you the boosted attributes.
So if everyone make sure you hear what Ian just said. If you're looking to see the new attributes, once you apply your hitting captain or your pitching captain, look at that wheel right in the middle. Those are reflecting all of those ability boosts.
And then, Ian, before we move on to our second active captain, I'm seeing a lot of buzz and hype in the chat about that special DH position in the bottom left.
Yeah, there we
Yeah,
go.
brand new to the squad screen. You can have a DH on your DD squad now. It's a huge change. We have Julio in there right now because his center field spot's been taken by Griffey. Yeah, you can put any hitter that you want in the DH spot, and maybe some pitchers too.
Do you want to show off your other squad, Ian?
We can scroll down actually. There's some pitchers as well.
Pitchers
Pitching
first.
captain, yeah. Nobody else could be the Dodgers captain except Clayton Kershaw, I think. The elder statesman, future Hall of Famer. And we have a pretty solid rotation here already, just with cards. I mean, we've already seen all of them. The captain ability, pretty good. Tier 3, he's going to give those Dodgers pitchers plus 10 hits per 9, plus 10 walks per 9, and plus 10 pitch and clutch. So cool thing about these team captains, you're going to need to parallel those guys up a little bit in order to get those high-level boosts. So if you want that Tier 3 Kershaw boost, you're going to need to get into parallel level 2, wherever you need to be.
These captains look absolutely fantastic, Ian. Once again, you can earn 30 captains in Team Affinity. You can have moments and missions, showdown that Brendan just went over. You can see how these captains can be put together on your squad, but that's not all when it comes to Team Affinity and different content tie-ins. Dylan, we haven't talked about it yet, but it's one of our favorite modes. Tell the people about Conquest.
Yes, Conquest. Everyone's favorite mode. We all love it. Shout out Ben for making these Conquest maps. I told him to hook it up to some maps, and he just tried to give away the farm over here with his snake, cow, and some
That
gators.
cow is amazing.
That's a cow?
That is a cow.
Chat, what do we
That's a
see
cow.
here? What kind of animals?
Chat,
Luis, what do you see in the chat?
What is it, chat?
That's a cow.
Yeah, we
middle's
got
a cow.
Conquest, and as you can see right off the jump, we're hitting you with not only 6 maps, but if you scroll down, there's 2 more right there. We have the
Ooh.
3 Team Affinity map that Lane may have alluded to earlier with TA program. And just like, we've been listening to the community. We know how it feels that, sometimes you're finishing up a big map and then you near the end and you lose out on that progress or hidden rewards because we're rolling over on programs. Well, just like Lane mentioned earlier, TA ain't leaving, so TA Conquest ain't leaving. Always going to be there.
And then Dylan, Conquest, for the new people playing this mode, is there a way to kind of introduce them, provide some tutorials into Conquest before we get into these more beefy Team Affinity World Baseball Classic maps?
Of course. Right there you can see off the top, Batter Up 1, Batter Up 2, and Batter Up 3. Play through these 3 Conquest maps. They'll be super fast, but it'll get you right onto what you need to know, get you all the basics, and you'll start playing Conquest maps in no time.
And then, of course, Dylan, even though we're getting progress in Team Affinity, that is not the only reason we play Conquest. I'm sure there's a lot of hidden rewards maybe in them.
Tons of hidden rewards. And if you look down at the bottom, the tried and true nation of baseball, that's there for you. It's always been there for you. And it's probably going to be there halfway through the season because you left it for some whatever reason. But
What's new, though? What's new with it, Dylan?
But there's a lot of new things, you know. Every time you beat the U.S. map, there was going to be 1 good diamond for you, for your team. But this time when you beat this map, you're not going to get not 1, not 2, but 9 diamond player rewards. And remember, these are all core, so they'll always be available to use.
I'm glad you mentioned core, Dylan. I'm seeing some questions in the chat. With these maps, with sets and seasons, do I need to use core? Do I need to use set 1? Maybe a mixture of both? How does sets and seasons play into Conquest?
Glad you asked. It's definitely going to be a little bit of both. Some of these maps will require in-season squads, while other time-limited maps may not.
That sounds fantastic. I know the Nation of Baseball map. How many of us have completed the Nation of Baseball map?
Oh, yeah.
It's a monster, but
Must-
the rewards are incredible.
Everyone raise your hand.
Of course I've completed it.
Of course, Lane's favorite mode,
So,
Conquest.
so Conquest is back, everyone. It's back. Showdown is back. These are single-player modes against the AI. We also have, what else is single-player that you can earn progress in Team Affinity?
And what else is new and returning at the same time? Dylan, should we go back to you?
Let's do it. Say hello to Mini Seasons 2.0.
Let's go.
Hello.
Mini seasons.
Now, I know James and Kyle, they spoke about this on the feature premiere, but let's dig a little bit deeper. And Rory, can you scroll over to the right? And who do I see there? Is that new legend Prime Mark Mulder?
Ooh.
That is new legend Prime Mark Mulder, Dylan.
Shout out to the A's fans over there. But in these new challenges, we're going to challenge you, the player, to build your squads based off of specific themes. And in this theme right here called Lefty Lucy, you're going to be building teams with left-handed hitters and left-handed pitchers.
But Dylan, 9 p.m. tonight, I just started the game, just have my introductory squad. What if I don't have enough left-handed batters and pitchers to round out a squad?
If you think you can't field the squad because it's way too early in the year, don't worry, we got you. Rory, dig into those missions, please. Because as soon as you get in there, you'll realize that when you're playing not only your 5-win game, your 10-win game, but 15-win games, we're going to provide you with a booster pack. And in this booster pack, we'll have 5 diamond players eligible for the Lefty Lucy challenge. You can get 3 of them in a single run, and then you can replay the challenge and get the other 2 later. And if you don't want to do that, you can go to the market because you know they'll be sellable.
Sounds incredible. So this is Lefty Lucy, a new season, 4 mini seasons, but that's not all. We were introduced a little bit into Team Affinity. Is there also a Team Affinity tie-in for mini seasons, Dylan?
Oh, you know there is. And this is what Lane was talking about earlier with the vouchers. So we will have a mini seasons for Team Affinity, which you have to build your squad with the player rewards that you earn in Team Affinity. So those charisma bosses, those captains, and those gold and diamond flashbacks, as you earn them, they will then be eligible for you to use in this challenge.
Mini Seasons 2.0, Lefty Lucy is here, Team Affinity tie-in is here. But Dylan, what about our fans that just want to play classic, old, love to see it, normal mini seasons?
Oh, there definitely is Classic. Classic is back. Classic won't leave. Go ahead, swipe that card, take your God Squad in there, and just start playing.
It'll work. Don't worry. But right. Go through that one more time, Dylan. The difference between all these different themes, because we've shown so many cards to use. Classic mode, remind me.
Gotcha. Classic mode, no restrictions. Bring anybody you want in there.
All right, anyone.
Lefty Lucy, left-handed batters, left-handed pitchers. And then Team Affinity, all the players from Team Affinity. In this first one, it'll be live series, charisma, captains, and those diamond and gold flashbacks and legends.
And then at the bottom of these seasons, Dylan, I see in Team Affinity this one never expires. But if we scroll over to Lefty Lucy, there's an expiration clock. Maybe there's going to be more coming our way as the year goes on?
That's right. There's definitely going to be more. Each new season is going to bring a new challenge for you to build your squad. This Lefty Lucy challenge will hang out for 2 seasons, but on the 3rd season, it will be gone.
Sounds incredible. So Team Affinity, play as you want, moments, missions, showdown, conquest, mini seasons, and of course, all of that XP is going toward the XP reward path. Now I'm seeing in chat, this is a lot of content that we just went over. So control room Colin, let's put up a summary slide and go over what we just went through. You see it on the screen here. Team Affinity, showdown, mini seasons, and conquest. Great ways to get your grind 99 on, especially if you just want to relax, hit some dingers against the CPU. But of course, everyone, that's not all. We have some new or returning head-to-head modes. So why not we kick it off with ranked, everyone?
Yeah, we're 90 minutes into this. We haven't even touched ranked. We haven't touched battle royale. We looked at
Y'all
events.
have lost y'all ever-loving mind with all of this content.
Ramon, we're trying to take everyone closer to early access. It starts tonight.
Jeez
together.
Louise.
All right, so we're
Overachievers.
We are ready.
Let's do this.
So before we dive into it, it's important to know with our new sets and seasons coming, ranked is now going to be called ranked. It's still ranked seasons, if you will. We're just dropping the seasons and we have ranked. But of course, with ranked, we have co-op ranked coming to MLB The Show 23. Kyle, how excited are you for co-op ranked?
I'm very excited. I think that's what I'll be doing the first thing tonight. And, my goal is to become the first player in MLB The Show history to reach World Series Division and co-op ranked. It's something no one's ever done before. Maybe tonight.
Tonight's the night.
Tonight's
Take
the
them
night.
on, chat. Take them on.
Race me, chat.
So with ranked co-op being introduced, we have a solo rating path, a ranked co-op rating path, and then of course we do have the ranked program returning, and maybe a little bit of some added bonus to kind of make it a little reminiscent toward Battle Royale. But we'll get into that a little bit later, everyone. So as we can see here, we have the new rating reward path. We have 2 of them, one for solo, one for co-op, so you can earn these rewards twice, whether you play solo in one, either solo or co-op ranked game.
Ooh.
What do we see here? All right. Silver
player. Woo! Yeah.
All right.
I'm getting that tonight.
Let's go.
Finally a silver. That's mine.
All right. But, new members, they're getting into the game. They're getting a little bit better. They have their regular season reward pack. Brendan, what do we see here?
Yes.
More silvers. Okay. Theme
So
teams.
generous.
All right. 400. They make the All-Star Division. Oh.
All right.
We see
Gold.
a gold.
Oh.
We see a gold. We start to see some cosmetics with some profile icons, some banners. But Ian,
Okay.
at 500 rating, co-op solo, both of them if you're good, there's the pennant race pack that our fans know and love. But
Whoa.
what is this, Lane?
This is a captain choice pack. So just like Ashley's been talking about, this entire reward path has been revamped and taken to a new level, and it starts right here with the pennant race pack. We see 2 breakout series captains.
Yeah.
And Rory, tell me about these players. Why are these 2 players breakout series captains?
So if you remember last year, Lane, Andres Jimenez and the love of my life, Nestor Cortez Jr., both had insane breakout seasons. So that is why we have them. They were the quickest thing to my head of like, oh, who had a breakout season last year?
Nestor
I was
Cortez
like, oh,
and Andres
Nestor
Jimenez?
and Andres, and that's why they're in this pack.
That's awesome.
I love to see it. But Lane was saying that this is a revamped reward path. Let's get out of the pen and race pack and into our 600 rating. Is that a choice pack for wild card with
Wild card?
with 2
With
more
players?
players? And is that a Ryan Ludwig, new legend to
New
MLB
legend.
The
There
Show
he is.
23?
Kills
I
lefties.
can't believe you went to Ludwig over your favorite player.
You know what? The new is there. Ian, what do you see with Ryan Ludwig here?
Well, in addition to being a new legend, he's also a breakout series, and some of our astute viewers might realize that the cards we just looked at were breakout series captains. So they're going to help you build that breakout series theme team. And there's breakout series cards scattered all throughout Diamond Dynasty. You can maybe take a look at the captain's abilities too, if you want to see what they're boosting. Nasty Nestor, of course, hits per 9. One of the craftiest pitchers in the game, so he's getting that hits per 9 and walks per 9 buff. And then Andres Jimenez, one of the best fielders at second base, so he's going to give a fielding buff, plus some contact left and contact right and batting clutch.
But
So he's
they're
going to make
still-
those breakout series cards. Even though they're 89 overall that you're getting in the next pack, he's going to boost those up to like play like a 93, 94. The captains are going to play like a 95, 96 if you get up to those tier 3 boosts.
Absolutely. And there's still one more player in this pack, no bias at all. Mr. Lucas Giolito. You
up,
know
Lucas?
I have to go Nestor Cortez to get Lucas Giolito, get that pitcher breakout captain. Lucas, of course, fan and player of the game. Everyone, which captain when we get to pennant race? Because we're all pretty good at the game. Who are we going with here?
Nestor, easy choice.
Shock.
That's a shock. Anyone going with Andres Jimenez? He has a very glitchy swing.
Absolutely.
Very good swing.
All the
And
Cleveland fans love him.
I want to play with the new legend, so I'm going with Andres myself. But I'll play co-op and solo, so I think I'm going to get both of them and build that,
That's
that
right.
breakout.
As
team.
Ashley said, there's 2 leaderboards, so you can earn this pack twice.
Absolutely. There might be a thrice later on, but
Okay.
we'll get to that.
All right.
Great word.
And then at 700 rating, your Division Series pack, it has a bat skin. Shout out the Chicago Bubblegum. And then, of course, a 5-pack show shop has been added to this pack. We're just keeping on revamping the reward path, but that is not all. If you're able to make it to the 800 rating, solo, co-op, both, let's dive into it, Rory.
97.
Wow, and more World Baseball Classic players. Let's go. Brendan, would you like to speak to one of these guys?
Definitely. You know me. I got to go with Salvi. Got to add him for the catcher, the Mike Piazza captain bonus later on. I'm going to be rocking the catcher theme team, that's for sure. But, I mean, look at that balance across the board batting-wise. You don't need the speed. He's going to be hitting home runs. He's jogging around the bases anyway.
Love to hear it. And there's still one more, Dylan. What do we see with Mr. Anthony Santander?
Oh, Santander, fan favorite, MLB The Show fan favorite. He's got great hitting, diamond hitting. You're just going to want him on your team. And he's representing great for Team Venezuela in those
Switch hitter.
beautiful uniform. Also, in addition to that switch hitter team.
Ooh, switch hitters, I see. But of course, we just went over the pennant race, the wild card, the championship series. There's still one more choice pack. Lane, what do we have here?
We have, of course, the World Series.
Oh!
99 overall, the past, and Rory said it, we're predicting the future. Let's see these rewards here, Rory.
So Eric Gagne starts us out. First reward, closing pitcher. He threw kind of hard, right, Lane?
He threw kind of hard and kind of slow on that curveball.
And kind of slow. So he's going to throw 102 on his fastball, and he might throw 70, 69, 68 on that curveball. That's 30 and a change of more for speed differential there, eh?
It's not easy to hit that big difference.
It's almost harder to hit him than do math, I'd say. But tell me, Lane, Lou.
Look at that artwork. Look at that smile. He looks like he's having fun. And of course, he's in the Charisma series because of it. But one thing about this card here, so obviously the attributes stand out, but I think he might have the most quirks of any legend, or at least up there.
He is certainly
Look how
up
many
there.
quirks he has.
He has 9,
Wow.
all the way to 11 quirks
11.
on all Lou Gehrig cards. It is
11
not
quirks.
just this Lou Gehrig. It will be any version of Lou Gehrig.
If fans are just joining us, can you tell everyone again why this matters this year with legends?
Yes, legends have quirks for the first time ever.
Yep.
All legends will now have quirks, and every quirk that you see matters. Last year we had some descriptive quirks. Not all of them had in-game boosts. Now if you see a quirk, it gives an in-game boost. Every quirk means something.
There we
But
go.
of course, that's not all. We have Eric Gagne, Lou Gehrig, and then as Rory likes to say, the future Gunnar Henderson.
Let's go,
Lane.
Gunner.
What's so incredible about Gunnar Henderson?
I mean, what's not incredible? He's a very good hitter. He crushes righties. He's a very good fielder, and he has 90 speed. I mean, he does everything that you could hope for out of a number 1 overall prospect. The Orioles are here. They're here to stay, I think.
The future is today, you could even say, Lane.
Now, this is a choice pack, though, right? This, and I think the hardest choice of them all so far.
That is
Absolutely.
correct. Yeah, once you get to World Series, you have to choose one of these 3. You don't get 2 of them. You don't get all of them. You choose one of the 3.
But Rory, what if you can get all of these choice packs? If you're just that good at the game, you can earn 1 choice pack by hitting World Series solo ranked. You can
1.
hit again playing ranked co-op.
2.
But I think there is a thrice. But before we get to that thrice, there's a big shiny icon at
Yeah.
1,000
what's that?
rating. What is this? Well, we listened to the community. We brought it in, an aesthetic profile icon at 1,000 rating. So if you're just so good at the sticks, you'll have yet another way to show it off in the game in your universal profile. But of course, with that being said, top 50 is not going anywhere. Every time ranked refreshes, the top 50 profile icons will be rewarded for those players accordingly, and that is just absolutely exciting. So here it is, the rating refreshed, revamped reward path.
Let's go.
But I've held you on for long enough. Not once, not twice, but thrice. You can earn these rewards. Let's get into it. The ranked program. Lane, what do we see right here in front of us?
Well, we see a path to earn some of these rewards that we've been seeing in these Evo pathways. So let's get down the path here and see the packs that we just saw. So this is an alternate way to earn them. So if you can't reach some of these tiers, this is the alternate path. So play the game, play these modes to earn progress in this program, and that changed a little bit too, didn't it, Ashley?
It absolutely did. This program has different missions in it as well that we're accustomed to, but let's go through this reward pack. Oh, do I see
And
another
Around the World.
Around the World pack?
Wow,
And there's World Series.
generous.
And there's
So,
World
right, so
Series.
how do you get these?
How do you get these? Well, let's go right into it. We have some missions here, Rory, our solo missions. So in the past few years, it's been wins and played innings that get you progress in the rank program. That's not going anywhere. It is here to stay. But Lane, there might be something else apart from innings and wins that players can play through to get progress in this program.
Yes, we have heard the feedback, and we are offering more ways to get through this program other than just innings. So as you can see right here, starting out with some stat missions, some long-term stat missions. So play the game, complete these, and get through the program even faster than you have before.
1 save is a long-term stat mission.
Well, yeah, that's a little gimme. That's a little gimme for you, Tips.
Little layup. All right.
And then even then, we have some PXP missions here, and you can see the names of the guys you can earn throughout the rating reward path. The reward path itself, 200 for batters, 600 for pitchers, and then of course there is a repeatable PXP mission. But there's a big note here. We have a highlight that says, mission cannot be completed in co-op ranked. When it comes to the solo stat missions, the PXP missions, those are just for solo. But Kyle, this reward path is not just a solo reward path. It's a combination, if you will.
Exactly. Like I said, I'm going to be playing co-op tonight, and so I want to be grinding this path at the same time. I hope you guys made a way for me to do that.
Luckily,
You need
there
friends
is.
first.
You do need friends. That is, you need some friends to play co-op.
This reward path is a combination of playing ranked either solo or with friends and ranked co-op, and there are innings and win progress points that you can earn throughout this program. But as we can see here in co-op ranked innings, you need to play a little less for your solo counterparts. That's because solo has these additional extra stat missions and PXP missions to earn progress in this program.
Ashley, tell me, if I only played co-op, how many innings do I need to play in co-op to get the World Series reward?
Well, Lane, if we go down just a little bit, you need to play 150 co-op innings to earn the World Series reward. But if you want to earn some of those extra bonus goodies at the end, 200 ranked co-op innings is what you need to earn everything in the reward
There's
path.
some gravy packs at the end after World Series, you mean?
Absolutely.
So remember, these are those 9-inning head-to-head games, and now you can go earn rewards with your friends.
You gotta love it. But
Friends
Lane,
required.
this is not the only head-to-head online mode with the program path we took from the best Battle Royale.
Yes, let's get into Battle Royale. My favorite mode in Diamond Dynasty. Of course, it is back. It's not going anywhere. We loved, well, I say we. I loved the Battle Royale so much last year. We saw all the feedback from the community, and we saw how much everyone loved Battle Royale last year. Of course, we had bronze, silver, and gold. Diamond? We had bronze, silver, and gold
Had 'em all.
exclusive Battle Royale draft rounds where you could have 4 specific players and then earn those players in this path as well. This year, we are doing away with the bronze exclusive round, and we are replacing it with a diamond exclusive round. So Battle Royale, no more bronze exclusive round. We have a diamond BR exclusive round. So we're taking some of these gold BR goons to a complete another level with a diamond exclusive pack.
So you could say the draft in BR might be better this year?
The draft in BR, the teams that you can create in Battle Royale are incredible this year, I might say. With the addition of DH and this diamond exclusive pack, the teams you can play with are a lot of fun. Battle Royale is more fun than it's ever been.
That's right. You're drafting teams. We're going to give you a 26-man team. Is that right?
That's right.
26-man team, 3-inning games, and these are some of the rewards you can get.
Yeah, let's check out some of these exclusive players for Battle Royale 1. Of course, we have WBC silver players here. Some of the favorites.
We love silvers.
Ray Chang,
My
old
favorite
man
card
doing
art.
it. Yeah. Let's check out Ray Chang real quick before we go. Fits into that grizzled veteran theme team. 39 years old, showing out for Team China. You love to see it. Let's check out the golds. 4 golds, starting out with Dominic Fletcher from Italia, Daryl George from Australia.
Vance.
And there he is,
Vance.
MLB legend, Long Beach State legend. Great guy.
You know him, Lane?
Yeah, he's a phenomenal person. Long Beach State legend, like I said. Had to get him a card, of course. There he is, 84 overall in Battle Royale. And rounding it out, Ronzi Contreras from the Pirates.
Up-and-coming prospect there.
Now let's check out that new Diamond exclusive pack, starting out with MJ Melendez. Let's see the attributes for Battle Royale. So these are a catcher, exactly. These are some of the cards you're going to be playing with in Battle Royale and taking the BR Goons to a new level, starting out with MJ Melendez. Next up, we have Dean Kramer, got the cutter. Tim Israel repping from the Orioles. Harold Ramirez, the big contact, decent speed, repping from Team Columbia.
He hits 300, right, Lane?
He just hits 300. That's what he does. And who's this?
The Axeman.
The Axeman, another grizzled vet with the gray beard.
A BR legend from way back in MLB The Show days.
A BR legend, the best John Axford card that we've ever seen in MLB The Show.
First diamond he's ever gotten. Yeah, it's huge.
And thanks to the World Baseball Classic, right? That's where we've been able to bring back, whether it's Didi, Cano, here's Axford.
Yeah, so if you play through this reward path, you can get all 12 of these World Baseball Classic players, right?
Yes, you can get all 12 of them. Of course, the goal of Battle Royale is draft a team, fend off your opponents, and try to go 12-0. If you can go 12-0, you will earn a flawless reward pack, and we have an alternate route to earn that pack. So if you can't go 12-0, you can also earn the flawless reward players in here. So let's check out these flawless players. 99, Eddie Matthews.
Eddie.
Shout out Kevin.
And a new legend, Greg Vaughn.
New legend.
New legend.
Oh.
Insane power, hits many home runs, also draws a great walk. And that defense is pretty good out in the outfield.
Pretty good.
Bob Feller.
Bob Feller.
Lane, tell me about him.
Well, we've already seen one legend with 125 stamina and a specific quirk, but we might see another. Also, can't look past the 99 velocity. Let's check out the quirks. There it is. Outlier for Mr. Bob and break outlier. So just like the other Bob Gibson, this guy will be pitching deep into games.
And throwing hard.
And throwing hard. So in Battle Royale, I think maybe he might be able to go all three.
He might be able to.
And for all our new fans, this is one of those really cool series of artists on our live team have made called the Retro Finest.
From 1946. And of course,
certainly not least. Come on, Lane. Tell me about
Eddie
him.
Matthews, the best right-handed
Left-handed.
power hitting left-handed. He kills righties is what
All
I'm
the
trying to
hands.
say here.
All
A lot of attributes today. Eddie Matthews, of course, 99 overall. He's a favorite in the community. He's a favorite in my heart. Got to have him in your team.
Once again, choice pack. Who do we go with here?
I'm going with Eddie right away.
I got to go with Greg. I love me some Greg Vaughn, Padres legend.
Chad, who we going with? Greg, Bob, Eddie.
And so, Lane, I can get this pack without going flawless, right?
That's right. So if you scroll down here, Rory, we have some Battle Royale missions. So you can see here, win a game gets you progress, going 12-0 gets you progress. PXP, hits in one entry, 15,000 total PXP, hit home runs, strikeout players. So all kinds of stat missions and parallel XP missions, as well as those exclusive players. They have their own missions as well. So draft them in the draft, play with them, and earn progress to the program to get this flawless choice pack.
Anything else we want to say about BR?
See you on the sticks.
Lane will be out there looking for you. Well, we talked about ranked, right? 9 innings, head-to-head, bring your best from set one, right? We talked about BR. We're going to give you a draft round to choose from, 3-inning games. We've talked about events. Those are going to have some of those theme rules. Lots of ways to play head-to-head if that's what you like. There's also another pretty cool thing to do if you want for a challenge. We call it Challenge of the Week. We got some cool prizes right up here. We got the Jazz Chisholm jersey. We got the ice cream drip glove. Dylan, what do you say about that? That's got some sprinkles on it.
It's got some sprinkles on it.
Got some sprinkles on the glove.
Nice
These are
little waffle cone.
rewards you can earn. Check out the Challenge of the Week mode. Can we actually go to the dynamic tile on the front end? It's the last one. We're going to show you what we're talking about here. So if you play Challenge of the Week, here it is. I'm going to bring it up here. First place, second place, third place. These are some of the prizes right in front of us here. We got the bat signed by Jazz when he was here. Check it out. You're going to have to take on Shohei, though. Climb an online leaderboard. Shout out Charles and Travis there. They did a great job with all that. So these are just some of the prizes. Challenge of the Week, right? Every week you're going to see new prizes and if you're not first, second, or third, you can also win some stubs on that too.
So this is some really cool equipment that you can earn in real life, but that's not all. There's a whole bunch of equipment and unlockables in the game that you can rock with your ball player on your Diamond Dynasty squad. Dylan, what do we have when it comes to equipment and unlockables?
Yes, the ever-growing list of unlockables and equipment. Every year we add to this list, and this year you can expect to see some of the same. You'll still see unlockable vanity items that can help express your fandom and some of your achievements. And of course, we always going to have a bunch of more equipment. Right here, Rory is looking through a bunch of new bat skins. We'll have some more later. We'll have some more soon, but there'll be a lot more of it. Bat skins, all sorts of equipment, gloves, fielding gloves, cleats, all the fresh gear, and especially some new stuff from some new sponsors called, like, have I ever heard of them? Maybe Cooperstown Bat Company, or what was another one? Force Pro 3 gear. Yeah, that's a good one. And how can I forget? Jazz's gear of choice, absolutely ridiculous, also known as Aria. You just got to get some of that ice cream drip before it melts, Steven.
Put it in the freezer. Yeah, so many ways, again, to customize your ball player. What about that?
Yeah, just like last year, you can put this gear on your ball player, make them look fresh, get some of those really rare, high premium bat skins, and get that +7 power maybe.
We have just hit 2 hours on this live early access stream, which MLB The Show 23 is coming out tonight. Tonight, Ramon, can you believe it?
Yes, I can believe it.
We're almost there. Colin, if some of our fans haven't pre-ordered, can we show them some of the options real quick? We've talked about some awesome bonus packs that come with it. Early access is a part of those first 2 options right there with Derek Jeter on the cover of the Digital Deluxe and the Captain Edition. Choose whatever you'd like. If you don't have it by now, though, might recommend Digital Deluxe. You can download that off Xbox, PlayStation, Switch. All right, those are good options. Ashley, how about some of the best players that we've seen so far in Major League Baseball this year? What do we do special with our friends at Topps?
With our partners at Topps, the top 40 players that are going to start live series, of course, with diamonds in the game, got presented an awesome Diamond Club reward for these. They're one-on-one cards. Our friends at Topps created the trophies. Our team, the live art team, created the art itself on the card, and I think Control Room Colin has a fantastic video for us to see.
Yeah, here are just some of the players right here. Oh, right in the middle, Ashley. Who's that?
Oh, Dylan
Look at that. So many cool reveals. Look at Jazz. He told us he was going to get one of these one day.
He did.
And he
Called
did.
a shot.
And there's your World Baseball Classic MVP, bottom right. So the Diamond Club, the 40 best in MLB The Show Diamond Dynasty. They're going to have that sweet diamond background on their live series cards, perfect for those theme teams too.
Absolutely. And then once again, huge shout out to the live content art team. They just do an outstanding job on this card art. Just absolutely incredible. But Rory, Lane, these top 40 players, they might be diamonds now. Will they always be diamonds? Will some people join them? Is there a little roster update magic happening?
I sure hope there will be some sort of roster update magic this year. So roster updates, we're going to be looking at what's going on in the real MLB season, and we're going to try to reflect that with players' attributes in MLB The Show. So if a guy has a great 3 weeks, 2 weeks, and it's, is hitting home runs, averages up the wazoo, we are going to boost him in the next roster update. You might see him jump up to diamond. You might see him go gold. You might see him go silver. It's all about what we're watching throughout the year, but we start with this baseline early on, and you can expect roster attribute updates every 3 weeks. Every 3 weeks.
Every 3 weeks.
But you will see transaction roster updates on more of a weekly cadence where you'll see some of the new players who have just gotten called up that may not have a live series card. They'll start getting live series cards, and other transactions that may happen, teams trading players, free agent signings, all of that.
So upgrades, downgrades every 3 weeks.
Indeed. Every 3 weeks, upgrades, downgrades, get your investments in.
But the chat noticed something here while we're on the game. Supercharged, that doesn't wait 3 weeks.
No, Supercharged is back. It was one of our most reactive features last year. It's changing a little bit this year, though. It is changing a little bit. We have some information for you here. First off, all Supercharges in 2023 will last 5 days, and all players that get supercharged will be supercharged, like you can see on screen here, Nikki C, to a 99 overall. So all supercharged last 5 days,
Huge.
99 overall. That's big. And here is an example of some of the big boosts. Rory's calling his shot. 3 home runs on opening day for Nikki C. Making the statement early.
It could happen. A couple great plays in the outfield, too, with that fielding boost.
But as we said, Supercharge is changing a little bit. So we are shooting for a little bit more consistency in 2023. And with that comes this change. We will be moving to a next day approach.
Next day.
So anytime you see a Supercharge worthy event happen in real life, you can expect to see that reflected in-game the next day at 10 a.m. Pacific time. So you can expect to see those happening all the time.
All the weekdays.
On 10 a.m. Pacific. Yes.
Yeah, so Friday, Saturday, Sunday games, when will we see those?
Friday, Saturday, Sunday will be happening on Mondays. So you will expect to see those happen Monday, 10 a.m. So those Mondays might be very, very exciting for a lot of Supercharges for sure.
So y'all can actually sleep.
If a player does have an event on Friday and we put it out Monday, it will still be 5 days from Monday, right? That's how long it will last.
When you see him go live in-game, it will be 5 days from that point. Yes, that's correct.
Right on, Lane.
I feel like we could still do more, though, with Supercharged.
I think we can. We have one exciting thing to announce. So at the beginning of every week, go to your favorite social media platform. Maybe not your favorite, but Twitter. Go check out Twitter, where you will see a post from MLB The Show
I'm gonna get a phone call
with a list of players, and you, the community, will be voting who will be the player of the week for the week. The Supercharged Player of the Week, the community vote, will be happening every Monday morning on Twitter. Go to Twitter, pick who you think should be supercharged for the week, and after that vote concludes, will be supercharged in the game for the entirety of the next week to a 99 overall.
So MLB The Show on Twitter is going to have the poll. The fans are going to help decide every week who should be a 99. Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, I see. I vote Ketel Marte. So if you want to vote for Ketel Marte every week, it might be Ketel Marte.
We're not going to give him Ketel Marte every week.
So are you saying with that, Lane, that every day throughout the regular season there will be at least one supercharged player?
Yes. The entire season will have at least one supercharged player, no matter what's going on. So there will always be one.
So again, we
Hopefully
talked
more.
about live series players are getting captains. They're getting team affinity captains as well. Now they're also going to be supercharged for 5 days, live series only, and they're going to be 99s.
And that's not all with Supercharge. We have the new rules. Consistency is key. 5-day Superchargers, 99s overall. But you know what? It's okay to break the rules every now and again. Just like last year when the live content team put together opening day supercharges, that is returning once again this
Opening
year.
day.
As opening day games are starting and then concluding, we'll be picking out a few players from every single team to be supercharged. And again, 5-day supercharges, 99 overalls, at least one player for every team that is playing next Thursday on opening day.
That's right, March 30th, opening day for Major League Baseball. We can't wait. It's awesome. Ashley, I think we've talked a little bit about roster updates every 3 weeks. We got Supercharged next day. How about something weekly? Anything new that we can talk about that's coming in the game weekly?
Of course. The one thing we have yet to discuss is our daily moments and missions that have been in MLB The Show for many, many years. And don't worry, they are not going away. We're going to see them in a Weekly Wonders other program every Wednesday. There'll be a few moments and missions dropping every week.
Let's take a look at that control room, Colin.
There should
There
be a
we
nice
go.
graphic there.
Wow.
It is, of course. And so our fans at home know that typically when they completed a moment or a mission, they would receive roughly 1,000 XP. And XP isn't going anywhere, but in these Weekly Wonder programs, there'll be some XP, maybe some stubs, maybe some packs to add to it. So it should be a whole lot of fun. Again, there'll be a range of moments and missions. So if you'd like to complete them every single Wednesday when this program drops, feel free. If you still want to stick to that daily cadence, you absolutely can. Just know that it will be refreshing every Wednesday, and then you'll have a little bit of sprinkles with some stubs, with some packs, with some XPs. And then, of course, I see it in the chat. Don't you worry. Tops Now is returning starting April 7th. That will be back, Steven.
That's right, Tops Now are good friends over there. So Fridays, you said?
Fridays.
Look for Tops Now starting after opening day begins. I think like a week later, right?
About
April
a week
7th.
later,
Yeah.
absolutely.
The chat has been begging for something. It starts with a C, ends with an
Let's
S.
start with the C.
Not Castellanos.
Kyle's working.
Castellanos.
We've got plenty of that today. Collections. We talked a little bit about live series collections. We showed off some new legends like Ryan Braun, Alex Gordon are in there. There's some team captains. There was also this incredible trailer. Ramon, you were a big part of that with Derek Jeter, new legend, Jazz, our cover athlete. And we showed off some really cool new legends, some pretty card art too. Should we show them some live series collections?
Where
I
can
think
you
we
get
should do
those
that.
players?
Let's
see
get
it.
into it.
I think Control Room Colin, we have.
I'm here to introduce you to some of the legends who will be coming to MLB The Show 23. If you talk about the Mets organization, David Wright is one of the first names that come to mind. Whatever you think of him, That's how he is. He's truly a professional, someone that I know Met fans are very proud of the fact that he played his entire career there.
That's huge. Mark McGwire and Sammy Sosa, two of the best home run hitters ever. I'm sure everybody's like, oh yeah, I'm probably gonna hit 200 homers in Diamond Dynasty.
We're going back to the 90s, so we couldn't be more thrilled. McGwire, Sosa, everyone gets to play in their outfield and first base.
As a fan of the game, bro, that's so amazing.
You got to pick one. Which are you picking to add to your Diamond Dynasty squad? It's a tough choice, I know. Sorry.
I'm going with Sammy.
Going with Sammy.
I'm taking the speed power combo.
You can't beat that.
Nah.
You really can't.
Nah, that's my kind of player, you know what I mean? That's how I play the game, so that's how I'm gonna choose my players.
Should have happened a while ago. No, I'm just messing with you. Don't put that in there. I'm just playing. You never look at yourself that way because, time goes by so fast. It almost feels like I was playing not long ago. There's a whole generation of baseball fans that may have saw me play at a very young age, but also some of the other legends that we're bringing into the game. I think it's sort of an educational process for the younger kids.
Let's give it up for those new legends, huh? All right, some beautiful card art. Shout out to our live art team. Where do we get them?
Where do we get them?
Let's jump to the Sosa card first. We saw that. We saw some of the attributes as well. So let's take a look here. Punch in the game.
There he is.
Ooh.
I know our fans are going wild when they saw this 5-tool outfield monster. What
I
do
was
say?
going wild when I saw Rory create this guy. I was like, Rory, what is going on? And he's a core. What does that mean?
He's a core series player, which means that he will be able to be used in lineups year round.
Now, where do I get this guy, Rory?
Where do you get him, Lane? The NL Collect All reward. You collect all NL cards, live series cards, and you will get Sammy Sosa.
Incredible. And there are some incredible cards here in this collection. We won't spoil all of them, but you can see a couple
Some
of them.
division rewards there.
Division rewards, yes, of course.
All right. And so that begs the question, who might be in the American League?
I wonder who could be in the
Who could
American
it
League. Mark
Big
McGwire.
Mac.
There he
Mark
is.
McGwire.
Yeah, Big Mac.
Hits home runs, huh?
Hits home runs.
This was from when he broke the home run record, the rookie record,
record.
way back when, until Aaron Judge came along and broke it, and then Pete Alonso, your good friend, broke it too.
Yeah, not my good friend.
All right. So there is your American League and National League Collect All Live series. So if you collect them all, if you collect them all,
Dun, dun, dun.
Whoa, there it is.
tip the hat. And
Derek Jeter.
top left, what are we noticing about this card art?
It's animated. It looks animated to me.
Got some fizzies in the background, the signature with the highlight. Shout out to the art team. Brendan, shout out to you as well.
And look at those attributes. First reveal right here on the San Diego Studio Twitch and YouTube channel.
96 fielding. He won 5 gold gloves, double barrel 125 contacts with 99 power versus left lane. He hits homers versus lefties, huh?
He does hit homers against lefties. Derek Jeter, there's no better way to show him off in game than this collection reward right
Y'all
here.
wilding with that 99.
Wow.
There it is.
There it is.
Collect MLB.
So back out real quick right here. All right, so there we go. So collect NL, you got Sosa, collect AL, McGwire, collect them all. Derek Jeter. I mean, that's pretty cool. Collections are awesome this year. And that's it for collections, right?
Not quite. Not quite.
might
We
be
have a little bit more
There's
with
more?
collections.
No!
Yeah. There's a little bit more. One more. So as you can see, we've been talking about sets and seasons. So we have all these set 1 cards coming all over the game. XP path, ranked seasons, BR, all over the place. We got all kinds of set 1 cards. So where could they be?
And the chat has been pointing out one World Baseball Classic player too.
Showing up.
I don't know. Yeah.
All right.
I wonder
are we
where
ready?
he could
So
be.
we're gonna see some set one players and then some collection rewards. Let's go through this slowly. Take it easy, Chad. Here we go. Take it easy.
Yeah, so this is the set one collection. The best rewards in Diamond Dynasty will be coming from this collection. Every new season will come with a new set collection, and the best rewards in the game will come from this collection. Let's look at some of these rewards here, Roy. Take me through these tiers on the right side here.
Yeah, so you collect 30 players, which you play Team Affinity for just a few hours. You'll probably get 30 players if
Easy.
you get through all of those. You go into the 75 collection tier. It is our guy, cover athlete, charisma, Jazz Chisholm Jr. And I mean, just look at the drip. Dylan, please tell us about the drip.
Confirm the drip.
Drip confirmed. Look at the glasses. Look at the hair. Just beautiful.
Another thing I'm seeing here, Roy, center field. Center field, Jazz.
Yeah, he's going to be playing center field this year. If you don't want to play him in center, he can play left, he can play right, and he can play almost anywhere in the infield. We love secondary positions here.
And we love Jazz here.
We do love Jazz.
love
and
Jazz.
110 players, Lane. What does it get
There
us?
he is.
U.S. Trey.
Mr.
U.S.
USA.
Trey. U.S. Trey. U.S. Trey.
There he is. Collect 110 set one cards for 99 overall Trey Turner. Incredible.
I mean, if you thought the All-Star card a couple years ago was good, this one blows him out of the water. Absolutely insane, Trey. We revealed him earlier this week after he just went off in the World Baseball Classic.
Incredible.
And you're going to want to get him. You will. Trust me.
So these are the appetizers.
These surprisingly are the appetizers. These are not the main course of this collection. So as you can see, we have a set one collection choice pack. So we have 3 players in the set one collection. And
Hold on, Ramon. Here we go. Grab something. Hold on.
I think these are the 3 best players in the game.
Confirmed.
I can go on a limb and say that. The 3 best players in the game.
Oh!
Babe Ruth, Pedro Martinez, and Chipper Jones. They're pretty good names, right?
They're not bad names.
Goats.
So let's show off Babe's attributes. Nobody knows what it's going to look like, right? What could it be? Oh, max everything. As you can see, looks like Babe Ruth. He's very good. Also plays first base.
Custom card art. 1 of 1 for Babe right there.
1 of 1 for Babe. Pedro Martinez from his 1999 Cy Young season.
Best pitcher in the game.
Literally the best pitcher, over 100 everything. Lane, he throws hard too, doesn't he?
He throws a little hard, and as you know, legends have quirks, and there it is.
Outlier fastball, throws a cutter, break outlier as well.
1 of 1 card art.
1 of 1 card art. Last, certainly not least, Chipper Jones.
Switch hitter.
Switch hitting Jones.
King of switch hitters.
He's pretty good too, right?
He is very, very good. Chipper will be around for quite some time. Once again,
he can play third base. He can play shortstop. I mean, he can switch hit. He can hit both sides equally well. How do you choose one of these 3, Lane?
Oh, man, it's going to be tough. I don't really know. I think I'm going to sit on this pack for a while and just look at these guys. I don't know what I'm going to do here.
What if I told you you could earn this more than one time? Would that make a difference to you?
That would make a difference.
Oh,
yes.
really?
I would love to earn this more than one time.
Well, what if you collected 200 players and you can get this pack a second time?
I would love that.
You would love it?
I would love that.
Oh. All right. If you love that, just wait. You want it a third time? Thrice?
Thrice?
We're doing the thrice thing today.
You collect 260 players, set 1 cards. You can earn the 3rd choice pack. So you can earn all 3 of these players if you collect quite a lot of set 1 cards, right?
Incredible.
Let's go.
Yeah,
Let's
incredible.
go.
So Rory, tell me how hard is it going to be to get this first choice pack?
So the first choice pack's definitely going to take you some time, but if you play through the content, you grind through Team Affinity, the World Baseball Classic program, tops now when it comes out, you're going to start accumulating cards really fast, and I think you could get there in a relatively nice amount of time.
All right.
Season 1 is we spilling out set 1 cards. Remember, these are set 1 only, not the core cards we've seen today.
That's right. These cards are all set one. There are no cards that are core in this collection. Right on, Steven.
There we go. And that just begs the question. There must be Season 2 collections coming, Season 3. It's all part of the live team's plan right now. We've got so much content for you guys, not only at launch, but for the rest of the season. That's what this live team does. We're going to be cooking all year, reacting to the MLB baseball season. That's the best part about MLB The Show. Especially with Diamond Dynasty, that's for sure.
Are you not entertained?
What else we got?
Are you not?
We're doing the first three things? Is that what we're doing next?
Yeah.
Let's do it.
All right, Ashley.
All right. So we have gone into a plethora of content. How do you even begin to choose? Well, we will try to map out our game plans individually and maybe try to influence any of yours. Dylan, what are we starting out with?
Super easy. I'm an offline guy. So mini seasons, conquest, ripping and flipping.
Love to hear it. Brendan?
I'm going to be ripping my pre-order packs. I'm going to complete that Giants collection, the live series collection tonight, and then I'm hopping in that World Baseball Classic program. What about you, Ramon?
Love it.
I'm overwhelmed, so I'm just going to pass it to Kyle.
I kind of leaked what I was going to do tonight, but, I'm going to start with Team Affinity moments, get myself a nice little base team of gold and low diamonds, and then you said I needed friends, so I'm going to go and ask Rory and Lane if they would like to be my friends, play some co-op ranked with me for the first time in MLB The Show, and start that grind to World Series.
Yeah, for me, rewards aside, I'm playing Negro League storylines just for the experience. It's really great. The team did a great job with that, and there were some cool rewards too. So I'm gonna start with that. After that, Team Affinity, gotta get me that Clayton Kershaw card for sure. And after that, I'm just gonna jump into ranked, grind some games out.
Ooh.
Let's go. Storylines for sure. It's one of the best experiences. We're still going to talk a little bit about that. Ramon's got something for you here in a second. But then it's about the Marlins, the Fish, our cover boy, Jazz. I'm going to go to collections, probably hit some of those new mini seasons, check out the new stadiums. All those Global Baseball League teams have a new stadium thanks to a lot of our San Diego studio staff here that made those. So that'll be really cool, very immersive. What about you, Rory? What are you doing? The first three things.
So the first three things I'm going to do is I'm booting up the game. I'm going to the NL Central Team Affinity to get me that Joey Votto captain card. I'm earning enough XP in that time to get my Nick Castellanos All-Star from the XP reward path, and we're starting the Reds theme team build. And then we're going to play mini seasons because I have the best mini season stadium that everybody
Don't
wishes
ask
they
about
had.
it. Don't ask.
And lastly, I mean, Kyle said he wants to play co-op with me. I think he and we're a couple champs. We might be able to run it to World Series, and Lane is definitely going to be a part of us making that co-op 3v3 World Series, probably even 1,000 rating.
Ooh.
That's the goal. We're going to be the first trio to get that 1,000 rating. But yeah, like Rory said, they're two champs. Of course, I did lose in the dev tourney, so I'm trying to,
really
refine my skills and maybe next year. Maybe next year. That's what I'm hoping for. Yeah, that's what I'm hoping for. So yeah, I'm definitely playing co-op with those two guys, and we're getting that World Series award and hopefully that 1,000 rating. And then I'm heading to Team Affinity. I'm playing through the AL West program, and I need Captain Ohtani, and I need Charisma Taylor Ward on my team.
Real quick before we go on. So the chat's asking, how does 3v3 work? So when you your friend, you got a friend up, how does it work from there?
Well, from there, once we've, teamed up,
Yeah.
I've invited Lane, I've invited Kyle.
Yeah.
We're a 3v3 squad. Then we're going to just go into matchmaking, and then we'll get paired up with another 3v3 squad. We don't know who they are, but
how do you
they're
build
not
your
better
teams?
than
How do you
us.
build your teams?
Well, then we build our teams with players from our own collection. We get to pick some pitchers, some hitters, some relievers, and we put those all together, and that's what we're using for our team.
It's going to be Joey Votto from Rory, Byron Buxton from me, and then Taylor Ward from Lane.
There we go. So put together your best players and then go earn rewards with your friends.
And then our rating is going to increase the same since we're playing on the same team. So we're going to be lockstep, have the same rating, and make it to World Series together at the exact same time. It's going to be beautiful.
There you go. And Ashley, what are your first three things you're going to do?
That sounds incredible. I will be jumping into the Negro League storyline experience. From there, I will be playing some of the World Baseball Classic other program, getting all of those White Sox players, starting out that White Sox theme team, and then, of course, taking those guys into events and earning those rewards.
That's awesome. Early access starts tonight. Remember, you can still pre-order. Digital Deluxe Captain Edition will get you early access tonight, midnight Eastern on the 24th, 9 p.m. Pacific. We can start playing all this amazing content. Ramon, what else do you want to talk about here?
As if we haven't talked about enough content
I know.
already.
We're going to put that up there for you.
There is one more surprise.
There you go.
Y'all have been asking us quite a bit since it was announced. Hey, will I be able to use the Negro League players in Diamond Dynasty? And that answer is yes. And the reason why we have not talked about it or shown anything up until now is a very specific reason. We wanted the focus and the attention to be where it should be, which is on the fact that we are introducing the Negro Leagues into a video game, which has never been done before. And we wanted the Negro Leagues Baseball Museum and Bob Kendrick to get all of the focus.
Yeah, Bob. Let's hear it for Bob.
Now, before we show you their very special card series, we're going to play you a quick little video from Bob that really encapsulates what this partnership means to him and the museum.
I think it's important for any museum, particularly any history museum, and even more important for a cultural institution like the Negro Leagues Baseball Museum to establish a level of relevancy. You see, our young people are very savvy. They're quick to say that was then, this is now. And we have to be able to help them understand how then applies to now. This partnership with PlayStation helps us create a very significant and, even more importantly, relevant connection to a story that many young people may not have heard about. But even more importantly, we're bringing it to them in a mode and medium in which they can relate to. And that is very exciting. I can't wait for young people to come to the Negro Leagues Baseball Museum to learn this incredible story of triumph over adversity. I've got to take it to them where they are. And this partnership is doing just that. And so we're always looking for avenues in which we can help enlighten, inspire, educate future generations about a piece of baseball and Americana whose significance is still playing on today. And through a venture like this, we're able to keep the legacy of the Negro Leagues alive.
So please, everybody, go and follow Bob Kendrick and the museum on social media. The collector's edition cover was drawn by artist and illustrator Sanford Green, who also lended his amazing talents to drawing the storylines Negro Leagues cards. So, without further ado, let's show him the first card.
Rube. Wow. Let's go,
The
Rube.
father of black baseball, Rube Foster, pitcher and first base in his Chicago American Giants jersey. Card number 2, Hank Thompson, outfield,
Hank.
third base. Card number 3, the immortal Leroy Satchel Paige. Card number 4, Hilton Smith. Notice two-way player, pitcher and outfield. That's going to be a theme here. Next card, Colin. Y'all know his name. The immortal Jackie Robinson at shortstop in the Kansas City Monarchs jersey. Next card, Colin. Martin DeHigo, El Maestro. Please pay attention to his positions.
Oh, my goodness.
Wow.
Y'all really don't know what's coming. Y'all don't know what's coming. Y'all really don't know what's coming. Let's keep going, Colin. John Wesley Donaldson, another two-way player. Y'all really don't understand what's about to happen. Let's keep going. And last, but certainly not least, John Jordan Buck O'Neill, the creator of the Negro Leagues Baseball Museum at first base. When you're playing through storylines, I'm not saying you have to do it, but I would say Buck O'Neill's storyline for last is very special. And we're going to see all 8, Colin? And here is your final look at the first set of Negro League cards that you can only acquire by playing through storylines.
There we go.
Yes, and also go follow Sanford Green too, who created these amazing cards and the cover. But we're not done. There is still another secret, but we're not going to reveal it. You're going to have to find it out for yourself
In storylines,
when
yeah.
you play storylines. We did not reveal their overalls or their attributes for a reason. We want that to be a surprise. And again, at the end of storylines, there's another big surprise, and this is the first series for the 8 Negro League players. Oh man, so much content. We got a lot of shout outs as we are so close to early access.
2.5 hours on this stream.
2.5 hours. Putting this game together every year is a very difficult task. Just launching a video game is difficult. Making a good video game is a whole different story. And we believe we've struck gold this year. We believe we're putting out one of our best games in a while. So we want to give a big shout out to 2 retirements that we have this year. Joe and Steve are both retiring.
Joe W, Steve C.
They worked at the studio for over 25 years. That is a very, very long time. We're going to miss them. We want to thank the launch content team. Ben, Joaquin, Adam, Jax, Danny, James,
All here.
Everyone.
Yeah.
We also want to thank all of our artists who created these amazing card series. Christina, Jen, Chris.
Let's take
and
a
we
look
have
at
a
that.
slide with all of the
my.
card art.
Oh, my. Screenshots, everybody. Screenshots.
And a lot of thank yous. Also, thank you to the design team. Luis. Quality assurance, as we like to call it, QA. No video game is ever done right unless you have a very strong quality assurance team. Thank you, QA. They don't get enough adulations and respect and thank yous. They are amazing. They are the backbone of any video game is the QA department. Our social and our marketing team, Todd, Anthony, Doug, and crew, Steven. Our creative team who makes all of our trailers. You know who you are. Thank you so much. Thank you to PlayStation Creative for all that you've done, because storylines would not be as amazing as it is, without your help. We want to thank our leadership, Chris Cutliff, Jason Villa, Scott Rohde, Herman Host, and Jim as well. And our stream team for putting on all these feature premieres. Carson for keeping everyone on schedule.
Let's go, Carson. Carson.
And Control Room Colin for recording and editing it all. And thank you to every team member here at the San Diego studio. We can't wait for everyone to play. Remember, early access starts tonight at 9 p.m. Pacific time. And we're going to have an encore presentation of all the feature premieres
Encore.
coming up next.
More
Get those
drops. More Twitch drops.
Yep, you can get more Twitch drops. So, game's almost out. Thank you so much. Enjoy the game. We hope you like it. But Ashley, you got one more thing, right?
Yes, everyone, thank you for watching for 2.5 hours. Don't forget to be kind and make sure to enjoy the show.
Deuces. Hi, everyone. Ramon Russell here from the MLB The Show development team. Today is a very special day. We're going to talk about a very special project with a very special human being, Negro League's president, Bob Kendrick. Bob, how you doing?
Ramon, I'm great, man. I'm thrilled to be sitting down with you talking about this amazing project.
So some of our fans might not have a ton of knowledge about the Negro Leagues and the museum and yourself. So can you give us a little backstory about you growing up and your passion for this story and how you ended up becoming the president of the Negro Leagues Baseball Museum?
It's an amazing story in itself because, like most people who will likely be introduced to the Negro Leagues through this incredible project that we're embarking on, I didn't know a whole lot about the Negro Leagues. And I considered myself to be a baseball fan. And I was amazed how little I actually knew about the history of this game. Like most, I knew the names Satchel Paige, Josh Gibson, Cool Papa Bell. Those are transcending names. Most baseball fans have likely heard those names. Now, you may not know just how great they really were, but you probably heard their names. But to be honest, Ramon, I had no idea about the breadth, the depth, the scope, the magnitude that this history represented both on and off the field. And I became enamored in it. I guess you could say engrossed. I wanted to learn as much as I could. And man, I didn't want to keep it to myself. I wanted everybody else to feel the same way that I felt about it. And little did I know, in 1993, I'm working for the local newspaper, the daily newspaper in Kansas City. I was senior copywriter in the Kansas City Star's promotions department, which functioned as his in-house advertising agency. And so I drew the assignment of promoting the Negro Leagues Baseball Museum's first ever traveling exhibition, an exhibition called Discover Greatness. It is still touring the country to this day. And so I decided, well, let me go down and visit this Negro Leagues Baseball Museum, which honestly I didn't even know existed at that time. And I go to the Lincoln building where the museum was kind of housed. And I go up to the 3rd floor and I knock on the door, and the late Don Motley, who was the executive director of this fledgling museum, I look at him and I say, I'm looking for the Negro Leagues Baseball Museum. And he looks back at me and he says, son, you're standing in it. It was just this one room office, not much bigger than this area that we're sitting here talking right now.
No way.
But little did I know that I had just walked into what would become my passion. I fell in love with the story, and I fell in love with the amazing athletes who made this story. And then I started to meet them. And of course, as you know, one athlete in particular, my dear friend, the late great Buck O'Neil, my longtime friend, my confidant, my mentor, and I fell even deeper in love. And so at this point, I just wanted to do any and everything that I could to assist the museum in its mission to preserve and celebrate and illuminate this piece of history. I had no idea, man, that it would turn into a career. And perhaps one of the most gratifying things that I could have ever done professionally or personally. And so I have been blessed to be a part of this organization for now 3 decades. Who knew?
Years. Who knew?
Yeah, who knew?
Who knew?
You go from being a volunteer to now trying to lead this great institution. And so it's been an amazing journey for me.
And now we're joined by somebody also very important to this project. Someone who has 5 Emmys, not 3, not 4, he has 5 of them. Mr. Jared, how you doing?
I'm doing well, Ramon. I'm so happy to be here.
Why are you so excited to be working on this project?
I think it's just exciting to work on something completely new for the game that's been around for a while. But in my heart, like, I'm so proud to just have my name associated with this awesome project we're working on. And I'm just honored to learn from Bob here about the Negro Leagues and the Negro Leagues Baseball Museum. And I'm just super excited just to share this with everybody that plays the game.
Yeah. So Bob, what makes the Negro League story such an important story?
For me, the story of the Negro Leagues is America at her worst, but also America at her triumphant best. Because this is a story of strong-willed athletes who refused to accept the notion that they were unfit to play this game. And even though this story is anchored against the backdrop of American segregation, a horrible chapter in this country's history, the story here is what really emerged out of segregation. This wonderful story of triumph and conquest. And that is why I believe that those who visit the Negro Leagues Museum have fallen in love with this story. But then again, what's not to love about this story? Because it is everything that America prides herself in being. Because it is about pride, passion, perseverance, determination, courage. And so, yeah, you leave the Negro Leagues Baseball Museum cheering the power of the human spirit.
You know, Bob, it's funny you mentioned that, because that's the exact same way, I felt when we went to the museum. I remember we were all talking about making sure, everybody had the right feeling. And I was like, just wait till we go and shoot at the museum. Something tells me once we get in those walls, everything, every puzzle piece will really start to come together, you know, and it definitely did for me. What about you, Jared?
Yeah, going through and seeing all the memorabilia and even the chicken wire, like when you first walk in, and the fact that you have to go and you have to learn and you have to, before you can run out there and be on the field, the whole experience was incredible. I had goosebumps the whole time, and it somehow made me even more excited to work on this.
Nice. So we have a new mode, which is how we're introducing the Negro Leagues into the game in this new game experience. How does it feel for you, Bob, that, you know, a completely new audience is going to be able to experience these stories in a completely new way in an interactive medium?
It's exciting. And I feel so proud, and I hope that those who will be introduced to the Negro Leagues Baseball Museum through this understand how this museum is trying to move beyond how museums are typically seen. I think it's important that a museum, particularly a history museum, and even more so a cultural institution like the Negro Leagues Baseball Museum, work diligently to create relevancy. See, that's what it's all about. How do I connect with that next generation? I think there's a misnomer as we look at young people, and some will say they don't care about history. Of course they care about history, but it is important how that history is brought to them. And so now we're bringing it into a mode and medium that they are accustomed to, they are comfortable with. And I think there's going to be a new generation of those who will fall in love with the Negro Leagues, just like I did when I discovered the Negro Leagues on a broader spectrum way back sometime in 1993. And that's what makes me excited about this. It puts the museum in a cutting edge position. It's forward thinking. But you think back and it actually embodies the excitement that was Negro Leagues Baseball. Negro Leagues Baseball, as I've oftentimes described it, was hip hop in a jazz era. So this is, I think, a perfect way to bring this to a new generation of young folks.
Fantastic. And so let's talk about how this actually works in game. We knew that when we were brainstorming this project that we weren't just going to throw Satchel Paige into MLB The Show. That would have been very disrespectful, and probably half of our player base wouldn't even know who he was. And so there were so many things that we needed to accomplish and so many hurdles that we needed to get over, while also remembering that this is an interactive medium. So after lots and lots of conversations, you know, we came up with this new game experience called Storylines, where you're going to learn about these individuals and their triumphs and their tribulations and the things which made them so special. But at the same time, then you're going to go in-game and you're going to play as them. You know, you're going to play as Satchel Paige. You're going to play as Rube Foster. You're going to play as Buck O'Neil. So when we were thinking about how to do this from a game side, Jared, we knew we needed to really go all in. You know, Satchel Paige needs to look like Satchel Paige. Those Kansas City Monarchs uniform, they need to look right. You know, the sleeves back then were a lot longer because those uniforms were wool back in the day. The stadiums, you know, we have 6 Negro League stadiums that we're introducing into MLB The Show this year. The crowd needs to look different. The bases were different. You know, the umpires were wearing different gear. So you're going to see all of that, you know, in this experience in the game.
Yeah, there's a level of authenticity that comes along with that, and it also, you know, we know how important this project is, and to see that attention to detail on some of this stuff has been mind-blowing for me. And then, you know, kind of to your point too, we're introducing this sort of, you know, mode that's going to tell you a story, and then guess what? The video game, the gaming aspect of it picks up right where that story leaves off. And it's just so exciting to kind of see these things kind of meld together into something I think is going to be like really memorable gameplay for people.
And we really want to make you feel special and make you feel something once that loading screen ended and you were in game as these players. You know, so Andrew and Kirby and the presentation team, they built over 70 new presentations when you're going into these historic stadiums. And we really want to make sure we highlighted these individuals and made it feel different, because it needs to feel different. Like we couldn't just do the same thing that you'll see in the regular part of the game. Everything about this storyline's experience needed to feel special, and I'm really confident and happy that we did not take any shortcuts. We did not take any shortcuts. You know, we spent so much time trying to do every little thing we could to make this feel right and make it feel special.
Yeah, to add to that point too, even music plays a part in what we're presenting here, and we've got our own soundtrack for this part of the mode. And then with getting into the nitty-gritty with the stadiums and with the uniforms, with everything, trying to maintain that level of accuracy that we can. And our stadiums are, you know, going from the early 1900s all the way to the 1950s in these 6 stadiums that we're introducing this year. It's just all of it coming together. It's going to be such an exciting, like, product for people to play. I don't want to call it a product. I want to call it just like a celebration, because that's what it is. It's immersive, interactive celebration for people.
Yeah.
So Jared, what are the date ranges for the 6 era-specific Negro League stadiums?
Where the Monarchs played in Kansas City at Mulebach Field, 1923 to 1948. We've got Hilldale Park in Darby, Pennsylvania, which is from 1929 to 1932. Southside Park, which predates Comiskey Park, which is also in the game, so that goes from 1911 all the way to 1951. Forbes Field, 1922 to 1939, and Busch Stadium in Indianapolis, not the one in St. Louis, 1944 to 1950. So
yeah, and
we're doing it.
Yep, and the reason, you know, there are these date ranges is doing a project like this, it's so hard to lock down one date for a stadium, because we have to look at when did all of these players play in these stadiums. And so we kind of had to do a date range to make sure that we could grab as much of the time frame of when they played in these stadiums as humanly possible. And we made them as accurate as we possibly could. We had to make some changes, you know, we had to take some creative liberties, but they're mild, like foul poles. You know, some of the stadiums didn't have foul poles yet, but we need foul poles because we need to know if it's a home run or a foul ball. But you won't see a foul pole from a modern stadium. You know, you'll see a wooden foul pole in the stadium. The dugout, some of these stadiums didn't even have dugouts. But in our game, like, we actually have to put the players and the managers somewhere. Yeah. So in some of the stadiums, you know, we had to put dugouts. It was such a fun, stressful process doing the research, you know, with Bob and the museum on trying to make all of these assets as accurate, you know, as they possibly could be. You know, I've learned so much, you know, the past, you know, almost 2 years, you know, just starting on this project. And we are just starting, you know. This is year 1 of storylines. This is the inaugural roster of the Negro Leagues. It's just the first 8 players. We got so many more people to talk about. Yep, so let's talk about our roster. So it's called MLB The Show Presents Storylines, a new game experience about the Negro League, Season 1. And the reason why we call it Season 1 is because this is a multi-year project. We have a multi-year deal with the Negro Leagues Baseball Museum and our good friend Bob. It's gonna take us some time, you know, to tell these stories the right way. Funny thing is, when I was talking to Derek Jeter about this, he was like, only 5 years? You ain't gonna be able to tell these stories in 5 years. And I was like, oh man, that's not what I needed to hear right now, Derek. So this year we're doing 8 players. You know, next year there'll be another group of players, and so on and so on. Because we know we need to take our time and we need to do this right. So let's talk about the Season 1 roster. Let's start with Leroy Satchel Paige. Without spoiling any of this amazing content that our users are going to experience, you know, what made Satchel so special in your eyes?
He had everything. He had everything you needed to be a star. He had longevity. He had the great stuff, but he also had the charisma. Yeah, and it's no small feat that he was the Negro Leagues and one of baseball's biggest and brightest stars. If Satchel Paige had been doing his thing in this era of social media, well, he'd be just what he was then, the biggest star on the face of the planet, because he had the goods. So I think, again, our young audience is going to fall in love with the brashness and the style and flair that Satchel brought with him, and he oozed with confidence. Yeah, some would say he was bragging, but it ain't bragging when you can do it.
And Satchel Paige was inducted into the MLB Hall of Fame, in 1971. Let's talk about our next player, Hilton Smith, who played with Satchel. And as you call it, he was Satchel's shadow, is that right?
Satchel's shadow. And Hilton Smith was the polar opposite of Satchel. When Satchel walked in the room was going to light up. Hilton Smith was quiet, unassuming, but just as lethal on the mound. And cerebral, but he matched great intelligence with also equally great stuff. Great command of his fastball, a curveball that ranks there amongst the best in this game's history, black or white or brown. And so Hilton Smith he was a quiet competitor. Yeah, he wanted to beat you, but it wasn't a very kind of outgoing manner. He was always seemingly in control. There were those who lived in his neighborhood who did not know how great he really was, because he never talked about himself until he was inducted into the National Baseball Hall of Fame. Those who played for teams that he coached, they had no idea. They just knew him as Mr. Smith. And then all of a sudden, their Mr. Smith is being inducted into the National Baseball Hall of Fame, and that's when they realized just how great he was. That's how unassuming Hilton Smith was.
I remember, it's one of those lines that'll just stick with me, is the way that you just said in one of the videos, you just say, oh yeah, Hilton Smith was the truth. For sure.
Inducted into the Hall of Fame in 2001. When we were discussing, internally and with you, Bob, about we're doing this project, it's going to be multi-year. Who should be the first handful of players, that we introduced? And we knew there were a few names we had to have included. And you can't talk about the Negro Leagues and black baseball without the father of black baseball, Rube Foster. So tell us a little bit about Rube.
The genius. My estimation, the greatest baseball mind the sport has ever seen. And still virtually no one knows who the heck he is. But when you look at Rube Foster's career, Rube Foster would have been a Hall of Famer as a player, great pitcher. As a manager, one of the most brilliant managers of all time. Tactician, savvy, smart, strategic, and he would have also gone in the Hall of Fame as an owner. You don't find many that check all three boxes. And what he did in establishing the Negro Leagues, basically giving the Negro Leagues its independence, makes Rube Foster one of the most significant voices, not in black baseball history, but in baseball history. And now more folks are going to know who he was.
Nice. Who else is on this
Yeah,
roster?
we've got a few others to go through that are equally, their stories are incredible. Hank Thompson is the next one. He's one of the players that should be his name should be recognized with Larry Doby and Jackie, and just it hasn't happened.
No,
Yeah.
it hasn't. And through this video game, people are going to be introduced to an incredible ball player whose career was tragically cut short. But Henry Thompson is the first and only player to integrate two major league teams. So he integrates the St. Louis Browns in 1947, which is also going to surprise people because most of us who know Jackie Robinson's story, we just assume that it was only Jackie who goes into the major leagues in 1947. As you all well know now, there were 5 players who would actually take the field in 1947. And as we so typically do, we celebrate the first, we don't always remember the other guys. And so Larry Doby, Hank Thompson, Willard Brown, Dan Bankhead all play in the major leagues in 1947. Hank Thompson, as I mentioned, holds the distinction of having integrated 2 major league teams, the St. Louis Browns and the New York Giants. And the versatility that he displayed was incredible. He was part of an outfield that was the first all-black outfield in Major League Baseball history, Hank Thompson, Willie Mays, and my dear friend, the late great Monty Irvin, formed the Major's first all-black outfield. He was an infielder by trade. And so hopefully people will kind of now want to learn a little bit more about the great Hank Thompson.
You know, what really, one of the things that stuck out to me with Hank was his smile. Hank Thompson's smile, which you'll see, you know, in the game and storylines, it just lights you up. You could tell he really enjoyed playing this game. He just had like his smile just makes you feel a certain type of way every time you see it.
So next, we'll talk about Buck O'Neil, your good friend.
Yes. I am thrilled that Buck is being a part of this game as a player, because most of us who fell in love with Buck O'Neil, we never saw him play. As I remind people, we fell in love with the Buck O'Neil who taught us about the heroes of the Negro Leagues, and we fell even deeper in love with the Buck O'Neil who so beautifully and vividly demonstrated to all of us that you could indeed get further in this life with love than you could with hate. But as Buck would remind you as well, I could play. And now they're going to be able to see Buck O'Neil as the player. Tremendously talented first baseman for the better part of his career with the Kansas City Monarchs. He started his career as a rookie with the Memphis Red Sox and was traded over to Kansas City. And Buck could play. Dynamic defensive first baseman, line drive, power, clutch hitter. And so to see him in a playing mode, I think is going to be something that folks had not been accustomed, because Buck lived long enough that a lot of people fell in love with Buck O'Neil through all the stories that he shared. But he really didn't talk much about himself as a player, and we get an opportunity now to see him in a playing mode, and I'm excited about that.
My favorite thing too is, people will see it when they play the game, is you get to see Buck's character.
Yeah.
And just he is another one of those people that just seem to light up a room, any room he walked into, and tell incredible stories.
Oh, there's no doubt. When Buck walked in the room, just like Satchel, the room lit up. Yeah, and he had an aura about him and a presence that you wanted to gravitate to Buck. And if you didn't come to Buck, he was going to come to you. You know, so you were not going to leave that room not knowing Buck O'Neil and Buck O'Neil not knowing you. The man never met a stranger in his life. And I got to witness this firsthand for so many years. And I think I'm better as a result of having been around Buck O'Neil. So you're absolutely right. He just exuded, and this passion oozed from him, and it spilled over onto other folks. And then you were changed for the better as a result of being there with Buck O'Neil.
Okay, so next is a player that I think a lot of people will actually recognize, but they're not going to know the whole story about him. Yeah. Jackie Robinson.
And I think a lot of folks will still be surprised that Jackie Robinson's illustrious professional baseball career began in Kansas City with the great Kansas City Monarchs. I do think, and I've seen this look of awe from so many who have come visit the museum, that they think Jackie just walked out of nowhere and started playing for the Brooklyn Dodgers. But as we know, his real rookie season was 1945 in Kansas City. And he was there for all of 5 months before he was eventually plucked away by the Brooklyn Dodgers and would become the barrier breaker, the guy who would break Major League Baseball's then 6-decade-long self-imposed color barrier. But more importantly, he would also jettison the civil rights movement in this country. And that is something that is oftentimes overlooked in Jackie's incredible story. He was carrying the weight of 21 million black folks when he walked across those lines. And I remind our guest at the Negro Leagues Baseball Museum, had he failed, an entire race of people would have failed. That's an enormous amount of pressure for one human being to have to bear, and then to play a game that is predicated on failure, and you can't fail. You all know this. Baseball is a game of failure at its crux. If you get 3 hits every 10 trips to the plate, man, you're a Hall of Famer. You're a Hall of Famer. And he cannot fail. So while he may not have been the best player in the Negro Leagues, he was absolutely the right player from the Negro Leagues to be the first. And that doesn't mean that there weren't others that could have possibly done it. There's no margin of error. Yeah, that first one cannot fail. And Jackie had everything that was necessary for him to be successful against all odds. Yeah, against all odds. And like I said, carrying the weight of a race of people on his back. He was getting pressure from both sides, from those who didn't want him to be there, and for those millions of black folks who were counting on him. They're flocking to those games to see him play. And so how he handled himself with such grace, class, and dignity in the face of tremendous social adversity is still remarkable to me.
So next, we've got John Donaldson, who this is a player I knew nothing about before learning about him at the Negro Leagues Baseball Museum. But what a showman.
If I had one disappointment in the 2022 Hall of Fame election where my friend Buck O'Neill was finally inducted, it likely was the fact that John Donaldson did not garner enough votes to be inducted into the National Baseball Hall of Fame, because he should absolutely be there. John Donaldson is one of the most amazing pitchers in the history of this game. Great left-handed pitcher with over 400 verifiable wins, over 5,000 verifiable strikeouts, and other incredible feats that would only happen in a video game. So it's only appropriate that John Donaldson would be part of a video game, because these numbers are real.
They are insane. And, you know, the John Donaldson Network really helped us out with everything related to John Donaldson. And what you're going to learn, you know, when you're playing this mode and you're in John Donaldson's storyline, he pitched everywhere.
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 Yeah, it'd be easier to tell you the places that he didn't pitch than it would be to tell you all the places that he did. And that's where Satchel got it from. That's where Satchel loved barnstorming. He probably loved barnstorming more than he did playing in the Negro Leagues, because it was so restraining. And then even more so in the Major Leagues, which was even more restraining, because he was watching John Donaldson do the exact same things that we fell in love with Satchel for doing later on. John Donaldson lit that fire for a Satchel Paige. And it's great that people are going to get to hear this name, because he's not one that is oftentimes mentioned amongst the great stars of the Negro Leagues, because I guess he has that disadvantage of being one of the early era players. And so he wasn't talked about as much as some of the more contemporary guys from the 30s and 40s got talked about. So those guys who played, and he spent so much of his career prior to the formation of the Negro Leagues, and then, of course, moved over into the actual organized Negro Leagues. And so, yeah, I don't know if anyone's more fitting to be in a video game than John Donaldson.
John Wesley Donaldson. You know, as you mentioned, you know, he pitched so early, almost like pre-Negro League baseball. And that was one of the real difficulties. There were so many in this project. There were so many speed bumps and hurdles that we had to jump through to be able to make sure we could do everything we could to learn as much as we could about these players to get everything right. Because his pitching motions has to be right. So for John Donaldson, for instance, there may be one video of him pitching. And so we went and got that video, and it's grainy.
I think it's all like
we broke it down,
30 seconds.
30-something seconds, 37,
and
38
he pitches
seconds.
like twice, and it's grainy. And so we had to go into that video and literally draw outlines frame by frame to be able to rebuild John Donaldson's pitching motion to make it as accurate as it possibly could be. For instance, like Rube Foster, there's no video of Rube Foster pitching. So how does he pitch? You know, we took a lot of care in every single detail. Martin DeHigo, who we're about to talk about, there's not a video of him pitching. There's a video of him throwing a practice pitch on a baseball field with a hat and a suit on.
Right.
And so we had
Years later,
we
yeah.
had to use that video and kind of guess, okay, if that's his pitching motion, what does his legs look like to be able to build his pitching motion?
Yeah.
Buck O'Neill's batting stance. We don't have video of Buck O'Neill playing in the Negro Leagues as the Kansas City Monarchs. But what we do have, we have video of Buck O'Neill holding the bat at a bunch of different baseball games and doing a bunch of practice swings. And so that's what we made Buck O'Neill swing and where we got his stance from. So we had to be so clever to get all of these details. For some of the uniforms, I couldn't find any photos of what some of the Kansas City Monarchs and what the All Nations uniforms looked like from the waist down.
Yeah.
Had to use a bobblehead of John Donaldson to figure out what the pants and the socks looked like and if the color was right. That's also how we found out, the right colors for the logo on the hat for that particular uniform that he wore. When I tell y'all, we all spent a tremendous amount of time with Bob and the museum and the MLB and the Baseball Hall of Fame, digging through everything to make this as accurate as we possibly could. If something's not accurate, it's not for a lack of effort.
Right.
It's not for a lack of effort. But this whole project and working on it has been so gratifying. We've had so much fun. We can't wait for you all to be able to play it and learn more, about these amazing individuals. But there's one more that we haven't talked about.
This is the one. If I was playing the game, this would be the first one I would go to because Martin DeHigo could do it all.
Yeah. El Maestro, the master. Because just as you said, he could do it all. Played all 9 positions. Played all 9 of them well. And I hope that resonates with folks. He played all 9 positions and he was great at all 9 of them. Or in the words of my friend Monty Irvin, who said he was a beautiful ball player. And he was. He too had everything that you needed to be a star. Movie star good looks, statuesque, 6'3", 6'4", and was just a dynamite ball player enshrined into 5 different countries' halls of fame. And yet no one knows who he is. How could you not know about a ball player of this magnitude? And to a person who walks into the museum and there he is standing at home plate in the form of a life-size statue on our Field of Legends, and everybody's marveling that they don't know. They had not heard about the great Martin DeHigo. And that was important for us as well because it also brings in the inclusivity of the Negro Leagues. As I remind people all the time, Negro Leagues didn't care what color you were. All they cared was, can you play? And so they welcomed any and everyone to play in the Negro Leagues. So that cross-pollination that we see with the Negro Leagues and Spanish-speaking countries, where the Negro Leagues would go to Cuba and were welcomed when they went there. And then those dark-skinned Spanish-speaking athletes suffered the same indignities in this country that the American black players were having to deal with as well. They too were shunned from the major leagues, so they found sanctuary playing in the Negro Leagues. So I think it's really important that DeHigo was one of the players that became a focal point for this game, because I do hope that people walk away understanding how there was this cultural bond between black and brown as well. And that too should be celebrated.
Absolutely. Let's bring it back to, current day. A lot of the teams and players always make sure to come visit the museum and talk to you. Can you talk a little bit about your connection, to the current black players in Major League Baseball, like Tristan McKenzie, Curtis Granderson, CeCe Sabathia, Dave Roberts?
Our dear friend Tim Anderson, who is a mainstay at the Negro Leagues Baseball Museum. Mookie Betts, particularly when he was over with the Red Sox. These are folks who always seemingly find their way to the museum. I had the honor of walking Tristan McKenzie, who I think is going to be just an amazing ball player, through the Negro Leagues Baseball Museum, and seeing him just be in awe of Satchel Paige, a player who broke into the major leagues with then the Cleveland Indians. And here's Tristan standing all of 6'5", long, lanky, built almost identical to Satchel. And he's standing there next to the life-size statue that we have of Satchel. And it was one of those moments because it felt as if it was a legacy moment. You know, here comes the next young star in baseball. And that was special for me. It never gets old. And honestly, Ramon, I don't care if they're black, brown, or white who are walking through that museum to share those stories, to see their reactions to the story, and to help them understand the commonality that they share with the Negro Leagues. And it boils down for me to one simple thing: love of the game. You play this game because you love it. Now, sometimes we as fans can get a little fickle because we equate virtually everything in our society to money. And because the young athlete has been afforded an opportunity to make a great living playing the game that they love, we just assume that they don't love the game as much as the players from yesteryear. Of course they do, because they're still playing a game that they played when they were a kid, and they played it for free. And if they had to play it for free today, they would. You love the game. But as I also share with them, you will never see a greater example of love of the game than you do when you walk through the Negro Leagues Baseball Museum. As you both know, they had to love it in order to endure the things that they had to endure. And I think it provides a perspective and a greater appreciation for that young athlete for just how good they really have it. Yeah, so all of a sudden, whatever you might be going through, it won't be that.
Absolutely.
No, it won't be that. And so it allows you, I think, and maybe gives you a little bit more wherewithal to deal with whatever might be coming your way. And so that's the foundation that I think we've built with the Negro Leagues Baseball Museum. And that's why I love sharing these stories with them. And they know how difficult this game is to play under the best of circumstances. And yet the Negro League players never allowed that set of social circumstances to kill their love of the game.
So we've introduced all 8 players, superstars. Is there one that you are most excited for people to learn about?
Man, that's like picking your favorite child. It is very difficult because it's hard not to fall in love with Satchel Paige because he was the show. You know, as we talk about the name of this video game, Satchel was the show. But for me, that people will now get an opportunity to learn about the feats of John Wesley Donaldson, I think that really excites me because I think they too will walk away in awe of just how great Donaldson was. But again, you could ask me this question tomorrow and I'd probably have a different answer. Because that is how cool this stuff really is, and how much I enjoy learning about these legendary stars of black baseball history. And I'm just so excited to see all of them being introduced in this medium to be a part of the show. And yeah, but no, this is exciting. John Wesley Donaldson, I think, will really capture the hearts and imaginations of folks. But again, how could you not love Martin de Higo? You know? Guy playing all 9 positions. It's just incredible, and so it's pretty special. And I'm so excited. And I am so proud that the museum and that I got to lend my voice to what I think is going to be a groundbreaking kind of project. So, thank you guys for the work that you've done, and that we will be doing to bring the Negro Leagues mainstream in the minds of a new generation, and hopefully the hearts of a new generation of young people.
No, thank you, Bob. I've said this so many times. This project doesn't exist without you and the Negro Leagues Baseball Museum. That's the entire project. Our task was to take your stories and to take these stories and make it work in an exciting and compelling way in a video game. When we were first brainstorming this project many moons ago, we were trying to figure out what's our mission statement, or what's the goal. And we do that with most of our features, like what's the goal of any feature that we introduced. And I was like, well, let me go to the Negro League Museum's website. And I found the mission statement for the Negro League Baseball Museum's website, and it's educate, enlighten, and inspire, celebrate the rich history of the Negro Leagues. And it's coincidentally, well, not coincidentally, it's intentionally our same mission statement and motto for this project: to educate, to enlighten, and to inspire in an interactive way that works for a video game. Being able to give you just a small piece of this history. So what we're hoping, after you play this mode, maybe you'll go to 18th and Vine in Kansas City and go pay Bob Kendrick a visit, and go check out, the exhibits there. Bob, if there was one thing that you'd want people to know about the Negro Leagues that gets overlooked, what would it be?
That it was a thriving black business enterprise. Third largest black-owned business in this country. And while it's so easy to fall in love with the romantic nature of these courageous athletes who overcame tremendous social adversity to play the game that they love, we do sometimes lose sight that this was a thriving black business enterprise. And when you come to the museum, you gain the entire experience. There are three key themes that, for me, stem from this incredible story. It is a story about the importance of economic empowerment. It is an amazing story that highlights an unprecedented level of leadership that emerged in the African American community. And ultimately, it is the story of the social advancement of America as Jackie Robinson, again, is handpicked from the Kansas City Monarchs to break Major League Baseball's color barrier. All of those themes are wrapped inside this wonderful story of these tremendously talented athletes who needed a forum to showcase their world-class baseball abilities. And that's what the Negro Leagues gave them. Well, fellas, the one thing that was crystal clear to me as you all have welcomed me here to the San Diego studios and taken me on the tour to meet so many of the folks that were involved with this epic project is that it is indeed a passion project. That came across very clearly to me. I felt it. It means a great deal to not only me, but everyone involved there at the Negro Leagues Baseball Museum. What do you hope that those who will play this video game and take on storylines, what do you hope they walk away with?
I hope they walk away with the same feeling I had the first time I learned these stories and the first time that I experienced the Negro Leagues Baseball Museum, where you just can't help but be inspired and everything feels just like a celebration of how amazing and important these people are. And I know I've said it before, but I don't know if I was expecting to work on something that would impact me this much, but to be just a small part of it, it's like one of the, the things I'm most proud of in my career up to this point. So I appreciate just being a little part of this journey.
This was overwhelming in the beginning. And it was our first Zoom call, our very first Zoom call. And I'm sitting there going, how in the world can we can't do this. We're a year video game, 8-month development cycle. Our cycle's 8 months. And then, you got QA, you got to print this and all that. And I was like, how in the world can we do this justice? And I asked you a question about the Jackie Robinson film, which you were a part of. And you said that the film, we can't tell all of Jackie's story, and that's not what biopics are. That's not really what they're designed to do. Y'all chose, and the Jackie Robinson family chose 2 years of Jackie's life and career to focus on. And the hope is that after you've experienced that, you'll then go to a library and read about them, or you'll watch some other documentaries about them, or you'll pick up some more books about them, and then it became much easier. I was like, oh, okay, this is a beginning. It's not the beginning, the middle, and the end. This is just the start, like kind of like a Cliff Notes. Like, we're trying to give you just a little piece, just to spark your interest enough, and then you can go on your own and continue to learn about Jackie Robinson's story or any of these stories. And when you said that, Bob, it be like the weight of the world was like, oh, okay, we don't have to do everything. We just have to do these stories right. We have to do enough. And even then, after that first conversation, I was not super enthusiastic of our ability to be able to launch this in 1 year. I'm like, Jason, we need a little bit more time. Jason's director of production. And Jason was like, no, we can do this. And Jason has handled all of the licensing stuff. And I was like, you're not gonna be able to sleep. The licensing for this project alone is a
chaos.
Monster. It's been chaos. And Jason was like, no, like, we're gonna be able to do it. And like you mentioned, the passion for the project, it's been everywhere through everybody who's been attached to it. Everybody really stepped up in ways I definitely wasn't expecting. I was like, I know this is really important to me, but to see just how important it became to everybody else, and to see just the hard work that everybody put in, has been incredible. And Jared, you mentioned a celebration. And that's been a through line through this whole project. Like, this is a celebration of this league, of these players. It's gonna take us some time to do all of this. And what I'm hoping our fans and people who plays this mode and this experience gets out of it is that they're educated, that they're enlightened, and that they're inspired. Which is the motto and the mission statement of the Negro League Baseball Museum. So if we can do that just a little bit, that's it for me. I'll have a smile on my face, from here to Tupelo, Mississippi.
Well, I think I would be remiss if I did not tip my cap to you for planting this seed, and then for all of you who have now nurtured and watered the seed to the point that we are now right there at the cusp of doing something epic. And as Buck O'Neil would say, to make sure that those unsung heroes of the Negro Leagues are never forgotten. So I know this has been a labor of love for each and every one of you involved in this project. And from all of us at the Negro Leagues Baseball Museum, it means the world, and I can't wait. And like I said, I just hope everyone loves what we've been able to collaborate on. So thank you to Sony, the PlayStation family. You're all part now of the Negro Leagues Baseball Museum family, whether you want to be or not. You're there, and we can't thank you guys enough for what you've done to now elevate the awareness of this tremendously rich history. So thank you.
No, thank you, Bob. Thank you so much, man. That means a lot. That storylines, we can't wait for everybody to play it. MLB The Show 23 comes out March 28th, and it comes out March 24th on Early Access. You can find Bob Kendrick at the Kansas City Negro Leagues Baseball Museum at historic 18th and Vine. Also, for every collector's edition sold of MLB The Show 23 in the United States, we'll be donating $1 to the Negro Leagues Baseball Museum. And at the end here, there are a lot of thank yous that we need to give out. First of all, Bob, thank you for everything. It's been a long time coming. We've had, a lot of conversations, all these texting you like crazy, trying to get answers to stuff.
Usually while I'm on the golf course.
We want to thank the museum. We want to thank Major League Baseball, the Players Association. We want to thank the National Baseball Hall of Fame. Jared, personally, I want to thank you. Everybody at PlayStation Creative, Ian Rickles, Charles Cruz, the whole gameplay team, Ashley Sanders, Charles Eck, Janet, Matt Oka, Lisa Gibson, Jason Villa, Chris Cutliff, Alex Hatford, Sydney. I can't say enough about Sydney, man. This young woman has, fresh out of college, killer. Like this project wouldn't be where it is without Sydney, man. We really appreciate all the work you've put into this, Sydney. Brandon Aiken, Gavin, who you met earlier today, Chris Muriel, Lane, Rory, Steven. I know I'm forgetting a lot of individuals. Bree. So many people really, poured their heart and soul into this project. And I personally am so grateful for everybody and all of the hard work that everybody's contributed to this. I've been at this company it'll be 15 years in June. 15 years in June. And I never thought we were gonna ever do this. I never thought we were gonna be able to do this. And I did not think we were gonna be able to do this, to do what we've done. So thank you to the leadership here at the San Diego studio, the leadership at PlayStation, for allowing us to tell this story the way that it should have been told. I heard this quote, it's nothing about us without us, and I'm really appreciative of everybody giving us the agency to be able to tell these stories in our own voice, and everybody else who's really supported this project. That's all I got to say, man. I'm just super appreciative, and I can't wait for y'all to play this game. I hope y'all enjoy it, and it's only year one. It's only year one. We got so many more stories to tell. So, that's it for the feature premiere for Storylines. I wish we could have told y'all more, but we wanted to be a surprise. Again, MLB The Show will be out very soon, March 28th. We hope you enjoy the mode. That's it. We out. Hey everyone, Ramon Russell here. It's time for another feature premiere. Today's episode is all about gameplay, and it's super important because the tech test will be live tomorrow, so we got a lot to talk about. I am joined today by newly minted design manager Luis Martinez, and also he's back, newly minted design director Steve Merker. How are you guys doing?
I'm great. Thank you. Thanks for taking a minute to talk to us.
Same, yeah. It's a really exciting time here. It's also, we're trying to get to the finish line, but yeah, doing great, Ramon.
Yes, the chaos. Getting to the finish line. It is nothing but chaos, but we are loving every minute of it. We are putting the finishing touches on MLB The Show 23. So what are you most excited for from the design and feature teams?
I think one can never say it too much, but the Negro League experience is going to be incredible. That has me extremely excited. In addition to that, I'm loving what our Diamond Dynasty team is doing in improvements this year. Some of the big features that are going to be coming. That I can't wait for those to be spoken to and get the feedback from our community on it.
What we're doing in DD, it's going to change the way you approach the mode, how you build your team. It's really exciting. And then we've got a bunch of changes to franchise. You're going to be experiencing the draft and everything related to the draft
in a different way, but don't spoil it. Don't spoil it.
Yeah, I won't spoil it.
No, don't do it. Stop. Pull back.
But wait, aren't we? Didn't we talk about the draft already?
Yeah, we talked about the draft.
At least we mentioned it. So yeah, stay tuned for that.
We got a lot to talk about, but we don't want to spoil too much more. But what do you want fans to know about the game this year, guys, overall?
There's definitely been a lot of steps to make it feel as unique as a game should in a series, right?
Mm-hmm.
Every year you're putting out another baseball game, right? And that's every annual title does that. And every year we try to make it different and we try to make it special. And sometimes it gets mired and nobody sees the changes. But this, I think, really, really is pertinent in the change that we want the game to start taking on. And it's very much an impactful release. It has so much meaning from every mode and every experience has something that registers for every person who plays our game. And that's the thing I want everybody to take out. The team has worked really hard. We're very proud of them. And we're going to continue doing this here on. It's the first day of the rest of the life. We're continuing.
Also, Luis, before we start talking about legends, I know y'all want more legend reveals, but you have to remember, not only did we announce Derek Jeter, which Luis wants to talk a little bit about, but we've also announced 8 Negro League legends. And yes, Jackie Robinson is already in the game, but this is a different version of Jackie Robinson. And I know y'all have been asking a lot. You will be able to play as the 8 Negro League legends in other areas, but storylines is the focus, and everything about the Negro Leagues and these legends are built off of the storylines mode. What about Jeter, Luis? How excited are you that he's back and he's on the cover of the collector's edition?
I don't usually play up my Yankee fandom too much, but this year, with Jeter on the cover, it's just, I'm getting the feels. So super excited about that. We're going to have some more legend reveals, and I'm really excited about something that we can't even touch on, some more surprises to come. So super excited.
Yeah, we got more surprises coming. So here we go. We're going to talk about some gameplay. Let's go. Thanks, Steve and Luis. And now let's talk about gameplay. Again, the tech test will be live tomorrow. So I got my man Kyle joining me. What's up, Kyle? How you doing?
I'm feeling great, Ramon. Cannot wait to talk gameplay.
And for the first time on the stream, we got my man Connor. Connor, how you doing?
I'm doing great, Ramon. Super happy to be here.
So people may know about Kyle, but Connor, what do you do here at the studio?
Ramon, I am a gameplay producer. Been here for about 3 years, started out in tests, got transitioned over to the team, and I'm loving it. Loving learning from Kyle, Gil, just everyone around here.
The week emoji. We're about to talk about all things gameplay. The first big revamp is fielding. Before we get into it, we've been doing a ton of testing. We've been playing tournaments, and we have been looking silly because you have to learn how to field all over again in MLB The Show 23. But it's all changes we think you're going to love. Let's get right into it, Connor.
Yeah, so in last year's game, error rate was mainly the main thing that fielding kind of toggled, but in this year's game, there's some quite significant changes.
Like you're mentioning, fielding really controls, whether you're a higher attribute, reduced errors, the increased frequency of quicker, faster animations, the more efficient animations that we've captured, as well as really affecting the outfield start transitions. And so those are one of the things that we touched pretty significantly this year to really tier out and really to let you as a player be able to see that differentiation in the field. So with those outfield start transitions, you're going to notice on screen right now the differentiation between a fox and an Aaron out there. Just speaking from a little bit of background, playing baseball myself, those first steps are very critical, especially playing outfield. whether it's a hard line drive, whether you're going deep and back. And so as you watch the video, you're going to see that first step separation vary from a quick step, someone that can read that ball right away and get a good first jump, make that catch, or someone that takes a little bit longer. Maybe you take a harder first step because you don't read it as well. You're not really sure, and those are those lower attribute players, like right around 60, 50, where you're going to really, really notice the difference.
And for our newcomers playing, this isn't necessarily a new feature to start transitions, but what we noticed was they weren't playing enough, right?
Absolutely.
So we went back to the drawing board and rebalanced everything. Now, like Kyle mentioned, the fielding ability attribute, when you're playing and you have the controller in your hand, it controls the errors that are non-throwing. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And this also controls the start transitions. Is that correct?
That is also correct.
Right. So what we've basically done here is we've gone back to the drawing board and rebalanced the start transition. So you're going to see way more variation. Like, it's very noticeable now, right, Kyle?
Very noticeable. And that is also going to affect balls making way to the ground, or through the gaps, splitting the gaps. That's something that we've taken feedback on from watching streams and everything. Feel that the field is not playing quite as big as it should. So these start trends should help those different types of hit types, those hard line drives, the high fly balls. If you have a bad first step on a hard line drive, more often than not, that thing is going to split you and get to the wall in right center, left center. So, we're really trying to see more balls fall as well.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, it's not just the start transitions and the errors that are non-throwing. It's also the animations that you have.
Right.
If you get a bad jump, you still may be able to get to that ball, but your back, might end up being turned the wrong way, and you have to make a much longer throw, which means it's going to grab a longer animation and vice versa, right?
Right, absolutely.
So just from the start transitions, you're going to see way more granularity on what can happen in the field, even when you're making plays on the ball. Is that right?
Yeah, right, Ramon.
We're talking about fielding changes animation-wise. Any new animations, Connor?
Yeah, so this year, Ramon, we added new Rob foul animations. We added some first base pick and stretch animations. And as always, urgency is always being discussed. And we added new fielding and throwing urgency animations, and then just a variety of hot shot catch and miss animations. And the final thing is just dives.
Thank you, Connor. As you mentioned, we have hundreds of new gameplay animations, and a lot of them are in the fielding department. To recap real quick, the fielding ability attribute governs errors, non-throwing, correct? Like getting the ball hitting you in your chest or a hot shot or something like that. So when that happens, everyone, remember, that's not your fault because of the individual that you're using and their fielding ability attribute. That's what's going to cause those errors. It also is what's going to determine the start transitions and the jumps, right, Kyle?
Yeah.
What should we talk about next? Let's talk about the next major fielding revamp, the button accuracy throw meter. But before we talk about the changes, how did this meter work in the past, and what did it represent, Kyle?
So in the past, throw accuracy meter had consistent timing, always in the center, green region scale depending on fielder accuracy. But we noticed it just wasn't challenging enough.
Nope, that's green, sweet spot in the same spot all the time.
Right. We're watching streams, we're playing internally. It doesn't have the competitive nature that some of our other interfaces, pinpoint or zone, a little more complexity to it. And so we thought, how can we add that into the show this year? How can we make it more competitive? How can we keep our players on their toes like the players are in real life? And so there's a little bit of work done that I think Connor is happy to speak to.
Connor, what's changed with button accuracy throwing?
Yeah, these changes are one of my favorites for sure. In previous years, there was just the red, yellow, and green, Ramon, and those were pretty stagnant.
No, they were stagnant. They didn't move at all.
Yeah, so in this year's game, it's changed quite a bit. Difficult infield plays, that green section is going to move. And those long outfield throws, it's going to move as well.
Yeah, so like you mentioned, with the moving meter, it just adds the sense of urgency to the players, trying to mimic, exactly what they're feeling on the field. Runners on base, runners in scoring position, trying to throw a runner out from second and center, 250 feet away. That's not easy, So looking back at the numbers from telemetry and the feedback that you all give us on streams and
y'all
the
weren't making
questionnaires.
no errors. Wasn't nobody making any errors.
Nobody's making any errors.
Nobody was making any errors. You could close your eyes and field, but those days are gone.
Yeah, those
outfield moves.
Those outfield assist numbers were astronomical, and I think it was 11 or 12 was the outfield assist leader, So we want to see some more realism there. You don't want to be throwing everybody out every time. We want those moments to be special, impactful, and highlight you know
Right.
exactly what
and
you're
what
doing.
Kyle is really talking about is everything was too easy. It was too
Yeah,
easy to
just a
throw
little too
people
easy for
out, and
everyone.
our put out numbers were astronomical and not realistic at all.
Mm-hmm.
So specifically, let's talk about in the outfield, what's happening with button accuracy? What's changing that's going to make our put out numbers way more realistic?
Just the start, the moving of the meter itself is just already difficult and challenging. You're focusing on a couple things. You have to know where your runners are in space on the bases. You have to hit a very minuscule perfect meter to get your most efficient and accurate throw home. All those things combined with running an efficient route to the ball, it's challenging in real life, and we want that challenge for you all, you know, in our game.
For some of our new fans watching this stream and learning about MLB The Show for the first time, what is the green spot and what determines its size? The sweet spot in the meter, the green little area.
Yeah, so the green area is the sweet spot, as you mentioned. It's going to be an online throw if you hit that green spot. That is tied to the arm accuracy attribute. So because of that, we've also balanced our other mechanics as well, whether you're using buttons or analog throwing, to kind of mimic those MLB numbers.
And put like the full control in the player's hands, because the really cool aspect of it is with this really challenging throw accuracy meter, you can take some hits on other statistics if you can master the meter. You can take a hit with poor arm accuracy for a shortstop, for example, because he's a better hitter. And so if you're good, if you get into custom practice, which I'm happy to say we've done a couple changes for you, and go on in there, tech it out in the tech test, and get your hands on the throw accuracy meter, test it out before you start playing everybody live.
So quick recap, all of the fielding interfaces have been rebalanced. That's correct.
Absolutely.
But button accuracy has been completely revamped. The sweet spot, the green area, it now moves.
Yes.
It does.
And that is based off the difficulty of the play and what else?
Distance of the throw.
The distance
if
of
you're
the
in
throw.
outfield.
Yeah, so, distance of the throw and difficulty of the play.
All
But,
right.
Ramon, we left one thing out.
Uh-oh, what we leave out?
The yellow portion of the meter.
Oh.
Force throws to first, now the yellow portion of the meter. And what that does, it's basically a dirt throw region. So if I'm throwing the first and I hit it inside that yellow region, it's up to the first baseman's fielding attribute whether he's going to make that pick.
Oh, Frank Thomas comes to mind. Yes, he does. So it's yellow, but it doesn't correlate to the person throwing the ball. That's really going to correlate to who you have at first base, because it's a dirt throw and you're hoping that guy over there has a high fielding ability.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah, you do.
All right. So we're talking about all things gameplay. We've talked about the fielding ability. We've talked about jumps and dives. We talked about button accuracy. Now let's talk about quirks and attributes. Also, big changes coming to quirks. What are they?
So we have 4 new quirks this year: pickoff artist, table setter, break outlier, and bad ball hitter. And the pickoff artist kind of does exactly what it says it does. You're going to get a little boost when you're on the mound, a little quicker pickoff move, hopefully being able to get that runner out. The table setter kind of does what it says. Nobody's on base. You excel at getting on, kind of jump starting your team. Break outlier. This is for pitchers, both starting and relief. The starting pitchers, the third and fourth time through the lineup, won't lose as much break, so you can expect to see the same type of tightness on a slider and a curveball that you would in the first in the 8th inning, whereas if they didn't have that outlier attached, you'd see the slider and curveball become a little flatter, not have as much break. And then lastly, the bad ball hitter, that is a little bit of a buff or a little bit of a boost when you're swinging and making contact at pitches outside of the zone. So if you're thinking Vlad Guerrero picking it off the dirt, that's where you'd see that quirk take
That's
effect.
not the only thing happening in the quirks. In game, what else is changing when it comes to the realm of quirks?
Yeah, so we've actually removed passive quirks in this year's game especially. We just felt like there were a lot. There were some that did something, some that didn't do anything.
So if they didn't do anything, they're gone.
They're gone.
Yep.
They're
Boom,
gone.
there it is.
So what that means is what you see is what's impacting gameplay.
And I think that's really important. Don't forget, quirks stack. So if you're lucky enough to have a player with 3 or 4 quirks, maybe it's a day game, a road game, and you got those 2 things, those will stack and they will affect either the size of your PCI or the sweet spot, whether you're pitching. So it's all affecting the gameplay.
But we're not done. Another big change you'll be able to play in the tech test tomorrow, because you're going to be able to play with all of this, is we were talking about attributes, right?
Yeah, we were.
We have a complete change on the attribute called clutch. It does not work the way it used to. How did it change, fellas?
So we made it meaningful, really. We wanted to highlight those players that are successful when the time calls for it. You know, runners on base, big game, ninth inning. The ones that step up, yeah, the ones that step up, or that pitcher that's just nails, like fastball, go take a seat, next one up. You know, that's what we wanted the clutch attribute to do. Highlight specific players. You know, you got. Judge is a great example of someone. When he comes up, you know, that intimidation factor is there. That guy is ready when the moment calls for it. So, Connor, why don't you tell us a little bit about how that clutch is going to factor in with contact and stuff?
Most definitely. So, in years past, contact and hits per nine have kind of been battling with one another. But now, with runners in scoring position, clutch is a direct replacement for contact, and pitching clutch is a direct replacement for hits per nine.
So, let's say this again. Clutch is now swapping attributes. What happens when you're a pitcher now?
When you are pitching clutch replaces hits per nine with runners in scoring position.
With runners in scoring position. That's massive. But it's also big on the hitting side. So as a batter with the runner in scoring position, what does clutch as an attribute do now?
Clutch now swaps in and replaces contact. So that new battle is that clutch versus pitcher clutch when there's runners in scoring position.
So you're getting 2 brand new contact ratings if there's somebody in scoring position if you're a hitter.
That's right, Ramon.
This seems like a lot. Also, all of this information, including the breakdown for all of the things that you'll see in game, like clutch, power, is in the handbook. Full definitions. And also, where can you find the handbook?
It's in the Diamond Dynasty menus.
So we've been talking about attributes. We just told you about how clutch is being completely changed. Let's talk about on-screen displays and other changes we've made.
Yeah, so this year, right and left on the D-pad, we've taken some time to touch up, and what you see is what you're going to get this year. You're going to see on the left, Framber Valdez, for example. He's got his per nines. Those are all his base attributes that are meant to be the driver for the game. Now, under that, there's his active quirks, and those are just gravy on top.
Yep, so you've got pluses and minuses to those attributes based off of those quirks. Any other changes to on-screen displays to show more accurate and pertinent information?
Yeah, so we're going to touch on swing feedback in a little bit, but one of the coolest things we've added is just StatCast, and that is left on the D-pad. StatCast is going to update based on just the situation of the game. It's going to update throughout the game with any information that a player might want to see.
Yeah, I think it's pretty cool to check where my numbers are at the end of the game, how much I whiffed, how much contact I make in, what the opposing pitcher's throwing to me. That's really cool stats that I personally like seeing, and I think everybody playing the game is going to like it too.
Let's talk about swing analysis. It's been completely revamped, and it needed to be completely revamped. We spent a lot of time on this, and unfortunately, we weren't doing our best job to show everybody who plays the game the pertinent information, and we'll just leave it at that. Let's talk about why it's changed and why it's so much better. Connor, what's changed?
Yeah, so we definitely wanted to make it more clear for everyone that plays our game. It's meant to tell a story, and what you're going to see is that if you read it from the top down, left to right, you're going to see the player's name and his applicable attributes, but under that, you're going to see everything that's important, from swing timing to if you're using zone hitting, PCI placement, and then at the very bottom, you're going to see the overall result.
So the first big change is swing timing is now on the left. Why is that?
So in our hitting engine and in real life, the timing of your swing dictates the rest of your at-bat. You need good timing to be able to hit the ball successfully, whether it's inside or outside, and that timing varies, obviously, depending on the location of the pitch, which also factors into the equation a little bit. So, like you mentioned, timing is the number one most important factor in our hitting engine, followed by your PCI placement when you're using zone interface.
Right, and so not only is swing timing now on the left, it shows up immediately during your swing. If you played the game last year, swing timing would not show up until after the hit had taken place. So we could understand how some people would disregard it as it being important because we didn't show it to you, and that's on us, but that has been changed. You see it immediately now. As Kyle mentioned, swing timing is the most important thing in your swing, but that's not it. There's a lot of nuance. Let's talk about PCI placement. I'm already seeing differences in the PCI. Why has it changed? What does it mean?
Yeah, so you're going to see quite a big difference. This year we've added that little center dot to the PCI. That's kind of the bullseye region. Now, as you get farther away from it, it kind of changes whether you're going whether your PCI is above or below the ball or to the left or right. But in saying that, we've gotten rid of just that center area, that kind of yellowed filled in portion, just to kind of
Too much ambiguity.
And
not enough nuance, which is very difficult, and that's what we're trying to do. So the center dot, is that the perfect region?
That is.
Is that perfect ground ball, fly, or line drive?
See, because there's some ambiguity in the swing feedback, it can be slightly above or below it and still be a perfect. So ideally, yeah, the very center is going to be a perfect line drive, but it's not always that way.
And that's due to the combination of your swing timing. There's not just one perfect swing timing for a pitch. There's a millisecond range that you can work within. So hence the way the system works.
And the last big change of swing timing, what is going on at the bottom? I see some text here, Kyle. What is that?
So we repurposed that contact grade. The contact grade all along, even from 22 and 21, it was your final output grade, but we weren't doing a great job as a gameplay team, giving that to you all out there. And so we wanted to do is simplify it, like Connor and Ramon have both been saying, simplify that contact grade. So now that contact good is going to really reflect the output on the field. Your combination of swing timing and PCI placement are both factored into contact with your exit velo and launch angle. And for those of you who maybe question a little bit, put that exit velo and put that launch angle on Baseball Savant in the calculator, and you're going to get numbers in terms of distances that match and reflect what you see.
Now, add in the fact that you've got the handiness of the pitch, you've got the spin of the pitch, you've got the location of the pitch, you've got wind, you've got park factors, and there's a lot of nuance. There is still a lot of nuance in the results of your swing, but we're very, very confident that this new swing analysis box is way better than anything we've ever had, and we can't wait for you to try it out, and you're going to get to try it out tomorrow. So remember, your swing timing is on the left, your PCI placement is on the right, and your contact grade, that's below, right?
Right.
So you're adding up all three, right?
Exactly.
It's
That's
a
a great
picture.
way to look at it, everyone. You're adding up all of your inputs, and the contact is your final result.
All right, so we've talked about the all new swing analysis, but what's an all-new swing analysis box without some hitting changes? So we have gameplay styles, right? We've got three of them: casual, simulation, and competitive. Casual and simulation, numbers look great. The community was very happy. Those modes still got changes, but y'all were happy with it, so we didn't touch a whole lot. However, competitive mode is a different story. The competitive gameplay style has been completely redone. Let's talk about the changes.
Yeah, I know earlier I said throw accuracy meter changes were one of my favorite, but I truly think this might take it. Competitive is a really cool thing, and these gameplay styles are one. It's just an area we feel we can. It's an avenue for us to go down and to kind of differentiate the game for different types of players.
And with that competitive, with the feedback that we get from you all on streams, the esport tournaments that we watch, those things are so awesome. We really want to highlight the player skill that you all have out there. It's so awesome to watch those tournaments, to watch those game-winning home runs, watch the throws. But we notice, I think we could be a little bit more competitive. I think we need to do more to that pitcher-batter matchup. We weren't happy with some of the foul ball rates we were seeing. We weren't happy with the amount of swing and misses we weren't seeing, unfortunately. We were seeing too much contact up there. So we thought as a gameplay team, how can we get better? How can we make these changes? And so we looked at all these different things to enhance that pitcher-batter matchup.
Perfect. Let's start with foul ball changes. Competitive gameplay style. What's changing when it comes to foul balls?
There's less of them, Ramon. You're gonna notice that pitchers can strike batters out a lot easier now. It's what we see in real life, and it's what we want people to experience on our game. If you're pitching well, you're gonna get the guy out.
Yeah, I think that's really important to highlight. A lot of frustration internally as well as with you all out there is the lack of being able to finish off an at-bat with 2 strikes. It can be really frustrating when you get 2 strikes on a batter and they're throwing sliders and curveballs and off-speeds down and away or down or even up and in, and they're fouling off pitches that they probably should not be getting to.
No, they shouldn't be.
Especially with poor timing. You know, if you're very, very late, very early, you should not be rewarded with an extra pitch. You know, that pitcher got you, and we need to, rectify that, and we did. The swing and misses are there. The foul ball rates, those extended at bats. We weren't happy with seeing that, those 9 or 10 pitch at bats with those very poor timings. Like that is something we didn't like to see, and so we've made changes to address those things in the competitive mode this year.
At the end of the day, previous years I've always struggled with hitting, and I finally feel like I'm able to make up for it with my pitching in this year when it comes to pinpoint and just being able to sequence my pitches.
Yep, being able to strike guys out.
This guy coming from the tourney winner, of course, he mentions his ability to execute his pitches.
You won the tourney?
The All-Star bracket, not the Hall of Fame.
Hey man, you stick your chest out.
Oh, it's out.
You won the tourney. I didn't win the tourney.
I have to walk by and see his trophy every day. So it's not something I look forward to seeing.
You won the tourney. All right. We just talked
certificate.
about foul ball rates. We've talked about swing analysis. Complete revamp. We've been revamping everything in gameplay. What else? Where are we talking next?
You're going to notice a significant decrease in the amount of cheap hits that you would expect. And what I refer to as cheap hits are those really late timing flares over the first baseman or third baseman. Those are very, very frustrating, especially when you get down to 2 strikes, or especially with runners in scoring position. It as a player, it's not fun to have that happen to you. Can it happen? Of course. The whole spectrum is there, but we narrowed the entire range for those very early, very late swings, so you'll see a lot less of those.
What Kyle is basically saying is if you're playing on competitive, good swing timing, great swing timing, perfect swing timing, good PCI placement, you're going to hit the ball harder. You're going to find more green grass. Those bloop hits that you would get from, weak timing or okay contact, those are happening at a much lower clip. Is that correct?
Absolutely correct.
And we've done a few tournaments here. The game is, we're seeing this play out. It's also way harder. Strikeouts are up. So we're really excited to have everybody play out these tons of changes that are coming to MLB The Show 23. Kyle and Connor, we've been talking about gameplay styles, competitive mode. Where will you find yourself playing in competitive mode?
It is a gameplay style, so if you are in Diamond Dynasty, it's set to competitive.
Now, that's pretty much for all competitive online games, right?
All online games, all Diamond Dynasty, whether online or offline.
Oh, so even if I'm playing online against the computer, it's still in competitive mode?
Yes.
And I can toggle it on and off if I'm playing offline in a different mode?
Yep, you just go to your gameplay styles and toggle them there.
All right. We forgot to mention something, and it's pretty significant. Kyle, plate vision is an attribute.
It is.
It has changed.
Yeah.
How has it changed?
So to take effect in competitive, you're going to notice right away that we took 50% of your vision away on the outside. And really, that's the swing and misses and foul balls. That was a big enhancer of extending those at-bats when it wasn't warranted. You would see off PCI fouls and even potentially hits. And so that shrunken vision is really changing the way the foul ball rates.
Say that one more time. What's the reduction?
50%. Half.
50%. Half. All right, let's go. This is the gameplay feature premiere. Remember, the tech test, you can play it tomorrow. We've talked about fielding changes, all new animations. We've talked about batting. We've talked about the PCI. We've talked about swing analysis. But the MLB have some rule changes. Which rule changes are we going to see in MLB The Show 23?
So the first rule change you're going to see right out of the gate is the newly implemented shift rule, and that's with a minimum of 4 infielders on the dirt at all times, with 2 infielders on each side of second base. And it's really going to kind of, we're interested as a gameplay team to see the way it changes the game. We have the default set accordingly, but we're really curious to see how it's going to play in spring training and through the course of the year. So we're ready to adjust those shifts as needed, because I'm really curious to see what people do with the outfielder if they try to play rover. So that's going to be really interesting from our team.
Yeah, so defensive shifts are still in the game, but we're implementing the new real-life MLB rules.
Yeah, and then we have the pitch timer and head-to-head. We've always had that when you're playing online head-to-head competitively or offline head-to-head. We have that auto pitch timer at, I think it's a 6-second mark right now. The pickoff limit, and that was where if the pitcher picks off twice, they only have one more attempt to pick off successfully. If not, it's balked. The runner moves on to second or third.
But that is not implemented in MLB The Show for, gameplay balancing reasons.
Right.
It will be balk city because everybody would just be doing that, right?
Yep.
But the new defensive shift rules are in. The other change that you will not see in MLB The Show 23 is visually bigger bases. But the MLB rule changes are in for defensive shifts. Can't wait to see what y'all try out. So we've talked about a lot of the changes in the realm of gameplay. All of these updates you can play in the tech test tomorrow. February 15th, servers will be open around 10 a.m. Pacific. Be sure to play as many games as you can, and be sure to leave your feedback as you play on theshow.com. We've covered fielding changes, the new button accuracy meter, attributes and quirk changes. Clutch is completely different. Competitive mode has been rewritten from the ground up. Did we cover everything? Last thoughts, fellas?
I'm looking forward to the feedback from the tech test. I can't wait to see you guys get your hands on the new meter, get the changes, and I'm really interested just to see the foul balls and swing and miss rates. Something I'm looking forward to, the thousands and thousands of you playing, and get all those numbers back.
I am definitely looking forward to playing against everyone. I am also looking forward to just watching streams and hearing everyone's thoughts. Also, just want to thank the AI team. I know Kyle and I are out here speaking on behalf of everyone, all the hard work, and we appreciate it.
I'm joined by senior technical game designer Kyle Blake. Kyle, how you doing?
I'm doing great today, Ramon.
We got a few things to tell people about the tech test today, don't we?
We do. There's some cool stuff we might want to tip them off before they see it tomorrow.
So, co-op. Let's start there.
Co-op, yeah. Everybody asked for it. We want rewards in co-op. We heard it. So we did it. So just like solo ranked, now there's co-op ranked, where there's a ladder that you're going to be climbing. When you play with your buddies and you win games, your rating goes up. If you lose games, it goes down. When your rating meets those certain thresholds, just like in solo ranked, you're going to get rewards. So long story short, we got rewards in co-op.
But that's not all, Kyle. There's more.
There's more. So we got a couple other tidbits that we'll just tip you off about in the tech test. First, DH. The MLB got the universal DH just this last season, so now we have it in Diamond Dynasty as well. So any squad you play with in Diamond Dynasty has a DH.
DH is in DD, but that's not all, Kyle.
Yeah, alongside that, we've of course added full two-way player functionality. I'll give you an example. Of course, the one everybody knows is Shohei Ohtani. So we'll have Shohei Ohtani's Live Series card, which still is a starting pitcher, but it has secondary positions, so that's what makes him a two-way player. And that goes for any player in Diamond Dynasty. When they're a pitcher with secondary positions, you can use them as a DH and in your starting rotation. Yeah, it's pretty sweet. And if you don't want to have him as the DH in the rotation, you can just put him in one of his secondary positions. So now that player is just super flexible, just like a two-way player is in real life.
Thank you so much, Kyle, for joining us and giving us those extra tidbits of info about what's going to be in the tech test. We'll also be joined by Kyle very, very soon for the Diamond Dynasty feature premiere. Have still so much to talk about. We want to give an extra special thanks to our guests today, Luis, Steve Merca, Kyle, and Connor. Hope you all enjoyed it. Talk to you later. Peace. Welcome to this week's feature premiere. We'll be talking about presentation, commentary, March to October, and all things franchise mode. I'm joined by Kirby and Drew, and later I'll be joined by Clayton and Timothy. Kirby and Drew, how you guys doing today?
Good.
Doing great.
How are you doing?
Happy to be here.
I'm lovely. Can't wait to talk about all of the wonderful things that have been added to the presentation and commentary aspect of the game. So should we just jump right in?
Let's do it.
Yeah.
So before we start talking about commentary and presentation, Kirby and Drew, introduce yourselves because we have a lot of new fans who's probably watching this for the first time. How long you been at the studio and what it is exactly you do for the team?
Yeah, my name's Drew Irvin. I'm the game design manager, overseeing a lot of the presentation and commentary. I've been here since 2019, so loving every minute of it.
Nice. Kirby, what about you?
Yeah, my name's Kirby. I've been here